let's see. Hello, hello. How are you today? Let's get this oil paint mixed. Hey, cool. Fantastic. Would you be able to drop a note in the Discord letting everybody else know? Because the computer's on the other side of the house from me. And unfortunately, I don't have Discord on my tablet. I appreciate you, I really do. So, what I'm doing here is I've added some oil paint. I've done black, brown, and green because I want to make a dirty wash. And then I'm going in and I'm adding a lot of mineral spirits to this little dish here. Because I want to try and have this really thinned down so it works more like a pin wash. And what I'm going to do, you can already see the brown and the black paint are running, which is what I'm aiming for. I want to want this paint really runny. So you then start mixing it all in. You can see it's thinning out the paint very quickly. And what you'll do is you'll make a big slurry like this. Now this is enough for me to do pretty much all my Krieg figures here. It just needs to be a little bit thinner. So I'm going to thin that down a little bit more. This time I'm going to use a little pipette. This is actually from an old women's face care product. I think it was from like micellar water or something like that. Some sort of serum. So you can always repurpose stuff. What's really nice is it came with a jar. So I used the jar to store it in, just in case there's any drips. It's made out of glass, at least the pipette part is. So I can clean it with acetone or enamel thinner or anything like that, so I don't have to worry about it getting clogged and having to mechanically break it out by using like a needle or pin punch or something like that. So this here is going to be our sludge mix. Still very heavy, so this one's actually going to be more of a global wash. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this Imperial Fist donation as a test subject. So we're going to put this on, right? And then you can let this sit overnight, right? And it'll get all nice and dirty and grimy looking. And you'll come back the next day with like a cotton swab, Q-tip, something like that, or even a brush with mineral spirits, and you'll just wipe this all back down. And the oil wash will actually thin itself out and work its way into the recesses. And if you want it just to be grimy, just use the Q-tip with just a little bit of mineral spirits, right? Yeah, those work great too. I've yet to actually use it, but I've got a whole pack of them. But I have a whole bunch of those. So here's a trick if you want to try and do like a pin wash method, is you can take it and apply it on like so, right? So we're going to try and get most of this figure covered. Hey! CA, how are you, man? So with this, we're going to go a little heavy. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit this with mineral spirits, and it'll thin it out and act more like a pin wash. What's up, Nahana? So we're going to do this. You can see he's all dirty, filthy, grimy at the moment. Then I'm going to take some of my mineral spirits here, if it'll open up. Like I said, first day with the new hands. I'm going to take the mineral spirits, and we're just going to dab them on. And you can see how it's starting to thin everything out. And it's drawing away a lot of the stuff from the larger flat surfaces, pushing into the cracks and crevices. So like we'll start to see the shoulders clean up. You can already see his shin is getting cleaner. I'm going to hit this one here. See? You can just plop this right on, and it'll thin everything out. It's an easy way to get a grimdark finish. You just go full send with your paint application, then you come back with your mineral spirits, and you can just clean it up a little bit with a cotton swab at the end, and you clean it all right off. Easy wins, you know? This is the easiest way to do like batch armies and grimdark. So do it like this. So, but remember, if you're going to try and do some of that, yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you how that works. So next, we're going to take a Q-tip, right? Just a cotton swab like one would use for, well, shouldn't use for ear cleaning. You just take it and you rub it down. And here you go. It starts cleaning this all up. You could always take like a paper towel and lay it on there, but the capillary action of the paper towel might be too much, and it might drain too much of this wash off of the surface. You can also go back with like a clean dry brush, but again, capillary action. I would recommend, if you are going to do this, don't use your really nice brushes, right? You'll notice that I'm using a cheap synthetic brush. I think it came out of a set of like 40 for $10. So, oh well, that's not even AK. That's this stuff. That's this stuff in mineral spirits. I'll show you how the AK stuff works. It's almost identical, though. So, we've seen this guy. I'm going to put this guy here for quick understanding, so that we have context. Next victim, patient, it's going to be this guy. So, for this guy, we're going to do... I'm going to try and find something kind of dark that stands out. Yeah, I think we're going to go with engine oil. So, here I'm trying to keep track of everything going on here. So, we're going to use AK engine oil, and it handles almost identical. It's generally thicker, though, than oil paints. So you'll see it go on, and it's almost like dragging a booger across the paint. It's really thick. And it quite literally smells like I'm in the middle of an oil change. So you can see how it goes on kind of heavy, right? Kind of got to dig into it a bit and push it around. You could thin it down, but generally for this stuff, I don't want to thin it in the bottle. I personally like to thin it on the model because it does a good chunk of the work for me, you know? If you want something done quick, don't get the expert. Go find the lazy guy, because he's going to find the way to do it even faster than the book, right? So we're going to apply this on. You can see it's getting really thick and goopy back here on the back of the legs. We're going to work our way up the torso now. And for those of you joining without any context at the moment, what I'm doing here is I'm just trying to simply showcase how oil washes and grimes work. And this is by no means a finished mini. This is just a great canvas / lab rat for me to work on. So we're going to do this, and then don't necessarily have to chase into the recesses too much, is once we start thinning this, it'll start running on its own, right? So there's that, right? It's all gritty, grimy, nasty. God, I'm opening this mineral spirits a lot. Wait, where's my small jar? Yeah, I got a small jar right here. We're gonna do this. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's much thinner in that regard. Like, its opacity is not quite as strong. Its transparency is much higher. Now we're gonna hit it with the mineral oils or mineral spirits. You can see it's thinning up pretty quick. Again, I'm being very, very liberal in my application of this. And see the end result here in just a couple of seconds. So there's things where oil wash works better, and there's things where the AK stuff works better. I like how AK is quick, easy, and comes in a resealable jar. That's one of the big perks of that stuff, is you can close it back up. Now, there's that. Let me see if I can help it focus. So, I'm gonna close that up. But yeah. Uh, maybe it. I just think it's more convenient. If I were to say it's anything, it's more convenient. Just because you don't have to do the mixing. And to be honest, the mixing for an oil wash, an oil paint based wash, is super easy. You just put a wisp of that oil paint in the dish, and you're adding mineral spirits to it almost immediately. But you can see these cotton swabs aren't exactly ideal because they're leaving these little fuzzies everywhere. So you kind of got to be deliberate and thoughtful about how you go and dry everything up. I don't know if it's just because the AK stuff does this, because I was having that problem when I was working on that monster. The cotton swabs. Yeah, I don't get me wrong, I'd love to use a makeup sponge, but seeing as how this is a semi-petroleum or petroleum adjacent based product, yeah, it is a petroleum distillate. So, it could potentially eat whatever synthetic material the sponge is made out of. So that's one thing I don't want to do. I really don't want to expose myself to any more hazardous chemicals. I've already been exposed to plenty of stuff due to my career field. Don't need to be adding to my bingo card of what could possibly alt F4 me. So let's see. What can I find? Really? Yeah. I'm picking up what you're putting down. 100%. Yeah. No, I totally understand that. It's just this doesn't really say what it's made out of. It just says it's vegan friendly. I don't think it would be that friendly if I threw one at a vegan. But anyways, because I got those, and then I've got the typical like wedge triangle looking ones floating around here too. Yeah, these. Like the super pack, the variety pack here. So I may try them, but it's definitely something I'm gonna want to do in a far better ventilated area than where I'm right now. Because if I'm being 100% honest, I'm literally painting in my laundry room. When you have limited space, you gotta make do with what you got, right? Can I get this to skip back to real time? Cool. All right. But which ones? Hi Zesty, how are you? Which ones you got? It's understandable. Don't worry. I once inhaled styrofoam that came. Yeah, that's always fun, isn't it? When you can start seeing sound waves and hearing colors, that's when you know you found the strong stuff. Oh, I'm just confused. I'm just trying to figure out what thing it is you're referring to. Are you talking about the figures? Or are you talking about the sponges we were talking about? Or paints, the handles? The figures. Yeah, these are Warhammer. So yeah, so these are just some test subjects here. The Imperial Fist yellow, the macaroni and cheese yellow figures. Yeah, those are just some test subjects for some oil washes that I was just showing some of the guys on live. Let's see, what do I feel like working on? I'm probably going to get back to the Krieg, because in all honesty, I got 80. No, actually, 2, 4, 6. Yeah, I'm sitting on closer to 100 of them. Oh, yeah? You got the big one? Is it like this? Or is it even bigger? For scale, there's the Space Marine. So, but yeah, in all honesty, when I put Wing It on for choice for the poll, this is kind of what I was thinking. Paint this thing up, put it on the desk. Oh, it's an action figure. Oh, you got the Joy Toy stuff, the big ones. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. Let's see. What else can I work on at the moment? Like, oh, and for those of you who are unaware, I love tormenting myself so much. I picked up another one. The things I do for you guys. Picked up a second. So the King Tiger will have a sister. Or a brother, because German armor was named masculine. Because that's how the Germans were. Don't ask me why, but that's how they were. Just that one's the Henschel turret compared to the Krupp turret, commonly referred to as the Porsche. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, if you've been following the channel, I've been building up this King Tiger. And let me tell you, I'm still waiting for the spark plugs to come in from Tacom, because the detail on this is so nuts. I feel like it needs to come with a user manual, not a construction manual. And yeah, it's nuts. There's like, I'm seeing reports between 300 and like 700 pieces for this kit. Like, I'm seeing numbers vary greatly. I would say it's probably around the 600 piece mark so far. Oh, thank you, Zesty. Appreciate you. You have a good one. There's a playlist for the tank. Just be aware the first couple videos overall from the channel are very dry and far more DIY and sort of instructional, whereas probably I'd say after the first 4, everything else starts turning into a bit of a meme and watching me goof up. So I hope you enjoy the channel. I truly appreciate the subscription, and I hope you have a great day, man. So, let's see. I need to put this back up. Let's see. ADHD's hitting hard today, boys. Alright, I'd say this guy's about ready for the wash. So, I'm kind of tempted to see how my oil wash looks on Krieg. So let's find out together, and let's see if this is going to be a fantastic idea or a horrible mistake. How's that sound, guys? Are we yay for trying oil wash on a Krieg Marine, or should I stick to the Agrax Earthshade? Hang on. Everybody just left. Alright, let's see what's going on here. Oop, nope. That needs to go there. Let's try this out. Amnesia, you still with me, brother? You still there? I'm guessing you bounced too. Is a lamp brought to be under a basket? Yes, lampstand. Let me see if I can actually read your, is nothing hid that will not be revealed. Or here, it should come to light. Okay, Alfie, I'm not sure where you're going with that, but, I don't know if that's just supposed to be a riddle for me to solve, or if you're just trying to make me work my brain this morning. It's a Saturday. I don't want to work my brain. Today I'm on autopilot. I do apologize. Okay. I missed your message, Amnesia. I didn't even see that. It got hidden. Let's see. This actually looks pretty good with an oil wash. Oh, man. Let's see. Oh. Back again, huh? Welcome back, Zesty. If I'm honest, I actually like how this is turning out. I may have to start using oil washes on my Krieg too, because this looks pretty good. So for comparison, for everybody who may be wondering what I'm doing, so it's a blue guy with a white skull mask. Ah, okay. Sounds like Ultramarine with a Scout Phobos, whatever that armor is. I know what you're talking about. I got a couple of guys like that. Or is he hey, thank you, KBA. I appreciate you. So for those of you wondering what's going on here, I'm just testing out some oil wash versus my usual Agrax Earthshade. And like, I like the Agrax, but this is one of my complaints with this stuff, is it's very quick to do what I like to call coffee staining, where it gets really heavy and it doesn't run to the end. Now that is a bit of, well, here, there we go. Now you can see what I'm talking about. So it gets dark, and you can see where the liquid tension didn't allow it to get all the way to the edge. So it left this big bright blue patch right here. So, yeah, that's an Ultramarine, Zesty. You got an Ultramarine. That's, one of these guys. His arm done popped off because he keeps falling apart on me. But, in all honesty, I'm probably going to alcohol bath most of my Ultramarines. Is that Trench Battle Figures? No, that's not Trench Crusade. These guys are from Krieg. These are Warhammer 40k. Oh, you found the box too. Heck yeah. There you go. Up the collector value a little bit right there. Yeah, no, I do have some Trench Crusade stuff coming in. I'm just waiting for it to show up. Like, I think it's a really interesting take on it, and I really like how they hit the World War One sort of uh, battlescape, you know, where it's all grimdark in World War One, but it's all insane. OD, how you been? What's up? But yeah, I'm a big military guy too, so I'm into firearms and whatnot as well, and I like restoring old combat rifles. Predominantly, my collection consists of Enfields, believe it or not. I appreciate you, Odie. I really do. So, I'll let you in on a small trade secret. I used to do commission artist work for miniatures and whatnot. I actually have a commission that's delayed because I'm waiting for parts to show up. So, a little backstory on that. One of my good friends commissioned me to do a SU-30 SM in the Soul Squadron colors from Ace Combat 7. Now, the colors went on perfectly. The problem was the model did not go together. So what's Warhammer? Warhammer is it takes place, so Warhammer is really vast, so I'm going to narrow it down to 40K because it's what most people are familiar with. So 40K is supposed to be the year 40,000. This is supposed to be like huge space battles across the universe. Um there's a boatload of factions. You got the humans, you've got Tau, you've got Space Marines of different legions, which are like sub factions, if you will. So you got good guys, you got bad guys, you got quote neutral players. You've got orcs, goblins, you got Tyranids, which are these big guys here. Um, you've got elves, Drukhari. I'm missing a whole bunch of them in the list, but like think D&D, but instead of being a story where it's like several games long, this is force on force engagement. So it's large scale armies. If you're familiar with military terms, think LISCO. Large scale combat operations or large scale combined combat operations. So yeah, the intercessors, those are really good. I like painting those. Uh, but for 40K, what you're doing is you're effectively taking um your force to fight another person's force at scale, taking turns, but you're effectively playing out 30 seconds of a fight over the course of hours because you have so many pieces to move, and it's interesting and entertaining. I'll tell you, when I first got into Warhammer, I was about 11 or 12. My dad had a coworker who was big into Warhammer Fantasy, and I had an interest in Warhammer 40K, but my dad has always been interested in some of the old world fantasy type stuff. I'll show you some of my old fantasy works that I actually picked up from his place. But I was too young at the time to truly comprehend the entertainment uh, quote value of fighting as orcs. So like these are from when I was 12. Like they'll pass today as a quick throw on the tabletop, but I wouldn't be caught dead trying to put these out as like a full-on display piece now. Oh, there's several video games. You've got Force on Force games, sort of like Civilizations. You have first person shooters like Space Marine and Space Marine 2. Um, there's online card games. I'm trying to remember it's like Dark Tide. I think it is. I want to say Dark Tide is the card game version. And then there's so much media out there. Yeah, yeah, there's plenty for console. Deathwing or Deathwatch, those are out for console. I have those on PS4. And then Space Marine 2 came out for PS4, PS5. The same for top tier Xbox and PC. So if you're interested in that sort of stuff, I would totally recommend um giving it a Google search. Like I'm very limited on my exposure to the gaming side of it, especially for consoles these days, because let's face it, the economy isn't what it used to be, and I'm working for the man, so cost of living's going up and wages are kind of meh. So I'm sort of building one kid at a time, if that makes sense. So yeah, but yeah, I'm sure if you want a console game for Warhammer, you could find one that interests you, that scratches the itch, if you will. So let's see. What else we got here? I need to do leather straps on the charge. Oh man, I forgot to glue the weapon on this guy. Yeah, yeah, I'm happy to help, Zesty. Happy to help. Also, I have a Discord server if you guys want to join that as well. That's posted up on the YouTube channel page. It's open to public. You guys can just hang out, chat. You'll find other people like me on there who are big into painting, model building. We share memes and stuff like that. It's free to join. Please, by all means, come on in. We talk games, painting techniques, the day to day, the in and out. You know what I mean? Like some of us just shoot the breeze, and some of us in there just sit as flies on the wall, seeing what all's being said, and taking tips and pointers from anybody who's willing to give them to us. So, by all means, y'all are more than welcome to join us there. Oh man, that can go back in crate. That can too. Anybody got any more questions at the moment? The ADHD is running rampant here at the moment. So when I was buying one of these mini ones. Oh yeah? Did you go to are you going to like Games Workshop, or are you going to like local hobby stores or anything like that? So trying to get an idea of where you might have seen somebody playing a game of Warhammer. Okay, yeah, so you're probably at a Games Workshop store. So if you want to get into the hobby, I'll give you some pointers and some tips. If you want to learn, a good way to do it is go to a Games Workshop store. They'll show you the ins and outs, but they'll also try and sell you a boatload of stuff. So just be aware they will try and peer pressure you into joining the game. All of them there love the hobby. Some of them are really in depth, and some of them make me question if I need to put a tin hat on when I go. So everybody's welcome at a GW store, which I truly appreciate. You get to see lottie dottie everybody out there, and it's a great place for people who have a similar interest as everybody else in the store to be able to come together and discuss and communicate. And It's a great place for the atmosphere, but I would say some of your local hobby stores will have better prices. No shade to the GW guys at all, but something for you to think about if you're gonna try and get into it. Some pointers. So this tool, when I picked this up, it was like $28. You know what I found works better? The back of a craft knife. Speaking of craft knives, oh, I need several boxes of tinfoil. You might as well start investing in it now because the market value is going to go up. Citadel, Games Workshop, craft tools. This handle is funky. Now, don't get me wrong, a long blade like this comes in handy because you can get it into the smaller recesses and clean up some stuff like in a armpit of a figure that you missed. But if I still have the box, yeah, right here. I wanted $35 for this thing. $35. And it comes with like 10 blades, maybe? No, more like 5. And this Tamiya Tamiya craft knife. I love this thing. It's got two safety flags built in. One here, and then there's one on the cap. So like you can put it on the table and it's not gonna roll. See? It's not going past that because the flag's in the way. And this thing was like $12. Feels like a pencil in the hand. It's almost identical to a pencil. And then also you can do a little handy feature like I did. You can take a little pin vise, little hand drill out the back, put a magnet in there. So when you want to mix paints, you can take like BBs, metal BBs, and you can pick up 1 or 2 of them without having to fight with the BBs, right? So here you go. See? I have 2 of them right here. I can just pick one off, and ta-da, I'm done. I'm not having to sit here and juggle tiny BBs, or worse, have them fall on the floor and have a Home Alone moment where I'm falling and sliding all over the place because I just dropped 50, 60 BBs when I really just wanted one to mix my paint, you know? And those BBs are like $5-6 for 50 of them. Just get 6mm metal BBs. They work great for that. Some other stuff I would recommend for the hobby. If you can get some tweezers that are auto closing, right? So these are sprung in a way that they close on their own. Right? So they're sort of reversed. These come in handy all the time when I'm working with like decals and stuff. Because in all honesty, I don't want to be sitting there squeezing on it the whole time, holding. I want to be able to just take the decal, put it down, apply it, call it a day. You know? Do something like that. Makes life easier. I will admit, though, this magnet does get me into a bit of trouble sometimes because it'll pick up other things that I don't really want it to pick up. So I tend to be careful with that one. Also, there's like 25 blades for a Tamiya knife in here, right? And it gives you a disposal position too. So these are your fresh blades. You can see I've been using this for a while. And there's only about 10 of them left, 8 of them left. But this little slot here is so you can take your spent cut up blades and put them in here. And you don't have to worry about them popping a hole through your trash bag. Or worse, finding a hole in your foot or your leg or your hand, or finding out your dog or cat ate one, and then having one hell of an expensive vet bill. Or, God forbid, you have little ones, who put their hand in the trash can every once in a while. They do that, and suddenly they look like a character from Hellraiser because they found all your craft knife blades. But yeah, I would highly recommend getting something like this. One of the Tamiya knives. These are fantastic. I like them. They're handy. I have 2 of them. Also, they're saw blades. Oh, this is the King Tiger that I've been building for the channel. So yesterday's upload was the engine pack. I'm gonna be updating the thumbnail because unfortunately, at 4 in the morning yesterday, and when I went to upload it, I didn't think to recheck the thumbnail, so it cropped out my caption, which was the big cat has glass ankles. But yeah, this is going to be a King Tiger early variant, one of the first 50. So it's going to have what's commonly known as the Porsche turret, but it's actually a Krupp turret. So if you've played War Thunder, World of Tanks, or have a big interest in tanks, this is the turret design that's going to be on it. It's going to be the round-faced instead of the square-faced. And because I love torturing myself for y'all, and I love spending 9 hours on each video just recording, and then another 12 hours editing and voicing over, I have picked up its sister. So this one over here on the turntable is going to be a King Tiger from Schwerpanzerabteilung 503, which is one of the 2 heavy tank battalions. The other one being the Schwerpanzerabteilung 505, which is what the sister tank is going to be from. This one, I'm at a bit of a dilemma because originally the plan was for the finished model, the cover art is of a King Tiger called Annalisa. Now, some backstory behind Annalisa. She originally started with the rounded face, and then later on took on a square Henschel turret. And the original idea was I was going to do one turret sitting in a maintenance cradle like you would see during a turret replacement or turret maintenance, where they actually would lift the turret off with a crane and then put it in a cradle device for people to be able to work on the cage inside the gunner's cage, but or turret basket as it's more commonly known. But now I'm really tempted because I found a book about the 503rd that actually has quite a bit of information about a less known but very very much accomplished Panzer gunner, then Panzer commander, called Kurt Knispel. Now, everybody's heard about Wittmann, Michael Wittmann. He was a party card holder, and he was not, quote, honorable in that sense when it came to combat, whereas Kurt, he saw himself more as a tanker, and it's he kind of saw tank combat as, I'm gonna just shoot the tank, destroy the tank, and move on. Wittmann had this mentality of, hey, I hit the tank. Oh, the people are running out. I'm gonna hit them too. Um, so he wasn't an honorable combatant by any stretch of the imagination, whereas Kurt was like, I hit the tank, it's on fire, people are leaving, they're not my problem. Where's the other tank? You know? So I'm thinking about making a Kurt Knispel tank. I figured out his tank numbers. It's broken down to two. It's like 331 and then 134. Because originally he was in third company, and then he moved to first company of 503rd. So I need to figure out which one he was in during the early iteration of King Tigers, and I also need to see if he actually had the early iteration King Tiger. If he was not operating it, then I guess the Henschel turret King Tiger that's sitting on the shelf over here is going to be Kurtz, and then this one I'll just do as Annalisa. But yeah, if you guys want a recommendation for a super detailed tank kit, look at Tacom. Far and away, this tank model has me begging for mercy, and at the same time just awestruck by the amount of detail that's in it. I um I really enjoy it. It's a great kit, but holy crap, has it made me question my sanity a few times. You know, I'm gonna go ahead and move the camera. I'm terribly sorry. Just need to move it out of the way so I can get back into quote the painting area. So put the oil wash there. But yeah, Warhammer is a fun hobby to get into, but I would wholeheartedly recommend checking out some of your local hobby stores if you need a good deal. For me, there's a store close to me called Hobby Town, and their prices are very competitive. They generally, at least my store near me does 10% off any GW priced over let's say, oh, I want to say it was like $25. So I mean, yeah, it's not a whole lot of savings, but hey, it's 10%. And when you're looking at the big like starter boxes or the army boxes, it's so worth it. Oh, that would be awesome. Yeah, I appreciate that, Zesty. I'll have to get with you after this, and we can talk about it. Are you on the did you join the Discord server? If you're on the Discord server, at me. It's gonna be Hands of the Pile. Aw, okay. I totally understand. Well, if you go to my YouTube page, there should be a contact email if you want to try and help out like that. I would really appreciate that if you'd reach out that way, so that then we can keep in contact after this. Because don't get me wrong, we could have a conversation in like comments and stuff, but at that point, it kind of takes away from the video. You know what I mean? And then also at that point, at some point, we would have to exchange personal contact info. And I just don't want to put my information out there directly like that. And I'm sure you don't want to put your information all the way out that. Oh, well, we'll have to figure something out then, I guess. If you have Instagram, I do have an Instagram at the same name, so it's Attack of the Grey Pile Gallery on Instagram. You could always check me out there. So that would be one way for us to keep in touch without having to talk through live stream videos the entire time, you know? So what's the saying? There's a dozen ways to skin a cat. Just got to figure out the one that works. So. Bum, bum, bum. Well, I'd like to thank everybody for joining me today. I'm still going to be online for a while. This is not the end of the live stream. Just wanted to say hi, howdy, thank you. Appreciate every single one of y'all. Hope you guys have been enjoying the videos that I've been posting. Let me know what you think. By all means, please drop a comment if you think I could try and do something better. I'm open to criticism, you know. Constructive criticism is great because it tells me what I'm doing wrong. But I would really appreciate if with that constructive criticism you come up with a solution as well in that identification, so that then I can try and see if I would be able to facilitate a fix, you know? Like, yeah, this is my channel, but I do this for y'all, you know? Like, yeah, I love doing this hobby, but I still want to try and make sure that I'm making something that y'all want to see. Let's see, the place I went to had a Warhammer. Yep, that sounds about right. Where are you located? Are you in the UK? Because it sounds almost like it's Warhammer World. Okay. I know some places have statues. It's just the big one I'm thinking of is Warhammer World in the UK. So let's see. Check out the details here. So, hmm. That's not clean enough point. Let's reset that. There we go. That's better. There, that's better. But yeah, so like I was saying earlier, I've taken on some commissions before. I've done some Warhammer commissions. Usually it's just one or two figures, maybe even a squad. Um I have done commission for model kits. I actually have one that I'm about to be starting soon once the parts come in that I ordered. Have a good one, Zesty. Stay zesty and you have a good one. Go ahead and subscribe if you haven't already, if you like what you're seeing, and drop some comments on some videos and let me know what you think. Like I said, constructive criticism is greatly appreciated. Let's see. But yeah. Anyone else got questions at the moment? Oh, it looks like the turntable died again. I think I'm just gonna leave that off because that's actually a decent angle for it. Um, Pretty quiet in here today, huh? Bum, bum, bum. Let's see. Give me just a second, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and push that back a little bit. That's what I'm looking for. Nope, I want the broad one. That'll work better, I think. Yeah, that'll work better. Let's back you guys up a little bit. Boom. Look at that. Welcoming message. Preferably the 1 mil thickness stuff. You know, I really gotta deflect all the X-rays, gamma rays, and beta rays, everything, all the rays. Even people named Ray. Gotta deflect them. That's how thick the tinfoil needs to be. So, but thank you for joining me. I hope you have a good one. Enjoy your Saturday and stay out of trouble. So, let's see. You know what? I'm gonna actually start working on this belt. So, but yeah, if you guys have questions, comments, or anything, by all means, come up on the net. Let me know. Say something. Say hi. Tell me your dog farted. I don't know. Keep the conversation going. Keep it alive. But let's see. I'm trying to find that happy medium of where I can put this and paint, and at the same time you guys can see what I'm doing. Yeah, I need the super industrial stuff, you know. All right, so there's that. Now I'm curious how oil wash would look on this Terminator head. So let's find out together, huh? Ooh, that looks good. I'll let it pool a little bit in the cheeks. I'm gonna go back and clean it up. Hey, welcome back, Amnesia. I'm playing around with some oil wash on a Terminator helmet, seeing how well that translates. No, so far I'm liking how it's looking. It's drawn out some of the detail. Now, yes, I know I flooded the cheeks, but that's intentional at the moment. Acula's not too bad with it. It's really nice on this skull effect here. Also does pretty well on the hoses. So yeah, I would recommend if you're gonna try and get into oil washes, don't be afraid to get into actual use of oil paints. Yeah, it's a Templar. I'm working on just about everything today, short of my Tiger tank, because that I'm saving for the long form stuff. But yeah, the ADHD's hitting hard today, my friends. It's looking okay. There's that. not half bad. By no means close to done, but just sort of testing out some stuff while I'm sitting here and you guys can witness. So you guys can learn from my mistakes or my successes. Usually it's the latter more than the prior. Quite a few times I successfully fail and fail successfully. So the trick is to fall with grace, you know? Not so much a meteor, more of a drunken swan. But I am really liking how this oil wash is turning out on the Krieg. I think I found my new standard for how I want to age and wear and tear them. No, not that nice. Not that nice. That's called succeeding, my friend. Sanguinius fell in a full pirouette. I'm over here sliding on a banana going from one side of the room to the other. I'm just hoping that when I hit the ground, it's just the ground and not broken glass. But yeah. Anybody got questions for techniques? By all means, put them in the chat. I'm more than happy to share my ideas or my approach to techniques, concepts, just about anything except for diffusing the question of, hey, does this dress make me look fat? There's no way out of that. I'm telling you right now. It's a lose-lose no matter what you say. All you got to say is, I think you look great. That's it. All right? That's my 2 cents on relationship advice for the hour. If anybody ever approaches you with, does this dress make me look fat? Just say, I think you look great. That's it. Leave it at that. Oh, yeah. So you know what that is? That's literally this. Suspended in mineral spirits. That's all it is. It's just this, super diluted, and it's this stuff. But thinner. A lot thinner. So, like, if I wanted to do that, that's why I'm saying if you want to try and get into oil washes, by all means, try this. Like, the AK stuff in the can, yeah, it's already formulated. This stuff is cool. Like, don't get me wrong. I love this stuff. It's handy. It's quick. It's beautiful stuff. But this, you can formulate to whatever you need it to represent. If you want oil, you take some black. You take some burnt sienna, or I got another one floating around, similar shade. I'm trying to find it. So you take this, some black. Oh, here we go. So this is raw umber and burnt sienna. So you take those two and you mix them together. Like, I'm not sure how well that's showing up in camera. It's probably, yeah, it's actually showing up better now. And I laid this one back. This one's more of a reddish, ruddy brown. It's almost the same color. It's just a few shades darker than the King Tigers fuel tanks and oxide primer. But you do something like that. Yeah, the Quickshade stuff is kind of cool. The varnish, if you're gonna do a varnish, all right, I have some recommendations. If you're going for, here we go. If you're going for decal application, put a gloss varnish down first. This stuff is totally fine for decal application, right? I swear, up and down by VMS Satin. This Yeah, Microsol and Microset. Yeah, no, 100%. That is fantastic. That's great for softening the decal. This is a way to ensure that you give a smooth surface for your decals. Yeah, no, I'm getting there. With the finish, hit it with this. The satin finish. I love this stuff. It's fantastic. It's durable. You can run your mineral spirits over the top of it. It doesn't even notice it's there. It's like, man, okay, you're putting something on me. Big what? Okay, cool. Don't care. Unless it's something like acetone. So how's satin look? Give me a minute. I literally used this on the 60 or 70 Krieg that I've already assembled. So if you give me a minute, I will be right back. I'll go ahead and grab an example for you. Actually, you know what? I've been using some of it on this. So like I used it on the transmission. So you can see the transmission's not very shiny. The glare you're getting off of it is just because it's a white paint in white light. And I'm using a LED ring running around it. Is it like middle ground? Yeah. So satin is sort of a middle ground. Think of it as kind of a powdery, like if you're into cars, look at BMW's frozen paints. That's more of a satin finish, whereas matte is what we yeah, some light, exactly. Yeah, it doesn't reflect a whole lot. If you give me a second, I'll grab some Krieg so you can see how it looks on a real miniature scale. All right. All right, I'm back, everybody. So, this was satin coated before I did the Agrax Earthshade. Now, I'd like to draw your attention to what else this helps with. So, Microsol and Microset will help with the decal laying flat on the surface, but look at how smooth. Come on, there we go. Look at how smooth that surface is. You don't see a decal step in the paint. You know what I mean? Like you can't see the decal edges. So that's why you want to use that gloss varnish to help get it to lay completely flat. And then, because you can even see on this one over here, there's no decal step. There's no lip. So what you do is you do the gloss and then you hit it with the satin right on top of it. And this satin will actually help level it out and make it look like it was painted directly onto the surface. Now let me zoom back out so you guys can actually see what I'm doing. You don't have to worry about seeing individual hairs on a fruit fly. But you can see again, the satin allows for some shine, but it's not super wet. You know what I mean? Yeah, so if you want no gloss, like for example, this one here, the 269 on his shoulder. I'm going to try and bring this in a little bit closer. There's a little bit of sheen, but it's uniform. You know what I mean? There's a bit of shine to it, but it's not like, hey, I just polished the car for 6 hours and now I can use it as a mirror to perform surgery with. You know what I mean? But it has that uniform metallic. Yeah, if you look at their matte varnish, you can do matte. Vallejo has plenty of satin and matte and stuff like that. I think I've got like 4 bottles of their satin, and then I've got 2 of their matte and 2 or 3 of their gloss. But this one, if you want a satin finish, I would go with this. VMS all the way. It's another one that that I learned from Uncle Night Shift. So, I do have the Tamiya stuff and Mr. Hobby stuff, but if I'm not mistaken, um, that stuff is lacquer based. So you got to be careful because if you apply it too heavy, it will actually start eating the acrylic off of your models. So you got to go light for the first couple of coats. But at the same time, you don't want to be going so heavy that you flood your model. You know what I mean? So, because like, Vallejo does have a matte, but I feel like it's just not as durable as VMS's stuff. Like with the VMS stuff, I can just pick it up and I can roll it around in my hands. And the only thing I really got to worry about is breaking off any granules that I actually put on the model. You know? But it stabilizes everything quite nicely. I don't necessarily have to worry quite so much about paint rub. And in the end, it helps tie everything in together, you know? Because it's kind of out of place if you have a boatload of super shiny stuff and then you have something super flat. And I've had some issues before with some varnishes where the coverage leaves a lot to be desired. Like I've wanted to put a satin varnish on something, and I think it was a Vallejo, and I guess maybe like I'll say it was 90% operator error and 10% tool error, and I'll say I didn't mix it well enough. Whereas the VMS stuff, I just 10-15 seconds of shaking this violently, and it's good to go. Even then, I don't think you need to shake it that violent. Like you aren't sitting there for an hour and a half going, okay, now I have 5 minutes of usable time for this paint before it separates again, and then got to start the process all over again. Because I've had paints like that where it's just like, hey, I got to shake this thing for an hour and a half, but if I find any distraction whatsoever, I have to start the process all over again. It's like, do I really have the time for that? No, I just don't. Yeah, flat clear Tamiya after quick shade. Okay, that makes plenty of sense. But yeah, that quick shade stuff is literally this. It's just this stuff in mineral spirits. Krylon or Rust-Oleum coat in the can? Great question. Really depends on what you're wanting to paint on. So, for example, this is a resin 3D print, right? And this is something I just printed not too long ago. This was originally going to be one of the subjects that I was going to paint today, but decided to look at the poll and saw that everybody said wing it in Warhammer, so we're winging it and Warhammering it. For if you're using resin and you're trying to like paint directly onto it, you want to find an acrylic. All right, I tried using Rust-Oleum on this exact resin. I still have the piece here. It took a year, a literal calendar year for this to set up and not be tacky. By the way, this is satin primer Rust-Oleum, like automotive primer. It dried glossy, and it was tacky. Like you can probably see all the dust. Yeah, there you go, right there. All the dust and granules and stuff that it picked up for having 365 days cure time. Now you got to make sure that whatever paint you're using vibes well with the clear coat you want to put on it, right? That's another reason why I swear by this stuff. Is this stuff doesn't reactivate anything. It's acrylic based, and it's relatively like uh it's resilient to a good chunk of the stuff that I'd put on top of it. But you always have to make sure that, like, am I using a lacquer? Am I using an enamel? Am I using an acrylic? Am I using a water-based acrylic? Am I using some other chemical suspended acrylic? Like, I know there's some acrylics that are water-based, and I've seen some that are not water-based. And it gets really interesting. But you just got to check your compatibility between them. And I'm not gonna say by any means am I an expert in this, because I'll derp something up quick as hell. I'll be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this, and then I find out that I'm wrong, and then I find out that I'm doing it like four more times because I screwed it up so bad the first time. I'm trying to figure out the right way. So um it really depends on what you're trying to clear coat, you know? So, do you have an idea of what you want to clear coat, or is it just a generalized question? Um, I'm truly more than happy to try and point you in the right direction, but I want to make sure that I'm giving you the right information as well, instead of just going, meh, figure it out. So, like, if you're painting on top of acrylic, I would say stick with the acrylic. If you're painting with enamel, you would want to stay on the acrylic side of things because the acrylic wouldn't reactivate it. Gotcha, gotcha. But yeah, it was a good question. It got me on a bit of a rant for a minute. I do apologize, but yeah. Any other questions? Any questions considering equipment, tools, techniques? Um, how do you paint upside down one-handed? You just flip the model and pray. Um, yeah. If you guys want an airbrush recommendation, really, I just have one type of airbrush that I'm a big fan of. A lot of people like the dual action push down rock back. I'm a big fan of trigger type. These work great for me. Um, I am pretty well coordinated, but my problem is I would start tripping up and making a mess with the dual action, so I just use the trigger type because the airflow is automatic. And the airflow is one constant pressure. Everything after that controls paint. Yeah, I play Hell Let Loose. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'll ping you. You know I'll ping you. I'll hit you up whenever I jump on Hell Let Loose. I might even jump on some today or tomorrow. Really depends on everything going on. But I'll be sure to let you know before I jump on one. Here, I'll charge the good old phone here. Oh yeah, good timing too, because I was like 28%. For a wet palette, it's a great question. I would say it's user choice, right? I found this one for like 15-20 bucks on Amazon, and it was like a complete kit. It came with a hard dry palette, separator, and sheets, and you can buy reloadable sheets and sponges for it. Like, I think a whole reload of like 50 pages or 100 pages was like 12 bucks, and it comes with two more sponges. You have a hard palette, the ability to transport brushes, but I don't recommend doing that. For brushes, I would recommend something else. And then it's got a little storage bin back here. So, like, I guess for the storage bin, what you can do is you can, like, stand your paints up in it. So For example, I can run them around the ring like this. It's got a bit of a tilt. As you can see, it's leaning the paints inward. Honestly, I'm not too terribly worried about that. And then also, there's a beautiful advantage of this one as well, is the two outer shells fit and nest into each other like this. But, oh yeah, the Green Stuff World ones are really good. This one's not very big either. This one's maybe about 4 inches by 7 inches, 4 inches by 8 inches. It's fantastic piece of kit, but like I don't need something massive. I'm not trying to find like an 8 by 11 or 8 by 12 or God forbid something like 12 by 15 or 12 by 20. I'd get lost with that much surface area, and then I'd also have to be topping off the water all the time, you know. And it's just kind of counterintuitive at that point. I'd be fighting with it the whole time. For brushes, I'm gonna go ahead and say, I am not affiliated. I am not sponsored by these guys whatsoever. I paid for these brushes myself. I've had this set of brushes for 3 years now, and honestly, I absolutely love them. I'm sure you guys have heard of Kolinsky Sables on the paper. What about the paper? Yeah, it's just parchment paper. This is just parchment paper. If you want to save some money, just go to like your home goods store, buy some parchment paper on the roll, and just cut it up to size, put it on there. But Foxbite, Seven Deadly Sins. You can get this on their website. It comes in the case. It's like $65. I mean, it sounds expensive, but you're getting 5 Kolinsky Sables and then 2 dry brushes. And these are fantastic. Like I have not had to replace any of these yet in 3 or 4 years, and I'm painting daily. I know a lot of people like synthetics because they're cheap, but this is my collection of synthetics that I have not had to touch since getting Kolinsky Sables. And Kolinsky Sables are fantastic because you can also recondition them, right? So for those of you just getting into the hobby who may not really understand why I'm making such a big deal out of this, when you get synthetic brushes, they have an issue called tip curl. I'm trying to find one because I still have plenty. Yeah, I think I found it. I think I found one. There you go. So I don't know how well that's showing up, but that tip has a bit of a curl to it, and that gets really annoying. See? You can see that little tuft hanging out, and that curl can be really problematic when you're trying to paint. Synthetics are fantastic when you're trying to pick out like the white dot on a Space Marine eye lens, but you run into this issue of the physical aspects of the brush, right? So for those of you who have seen like conditioner commercials for like hair conditioner, right? They show the hair and it's got all these little like leaves and whatnot. It almost looks like the bark from like a palm tree, right? That's what you're going to find on a Kolinsky Sable, whereas on a synthetic, it's plastic. It's just drawn out strings of plastic or polymer, so there's no like layers and whatnot on it. So you don't have nearly as much paint capacity on the brush. And usually, what I find is when you're using a synthetic brush, as soon as you touch anything with the paint runs off it, and the paint's like, okay, bye, I'm here, and it'll flood the model. Whereas your natural fiber brushes will actually help control your flow rate, right? And like you can see this one's belled out a bit, right? It's just because I haven't cleaned it in a while. But check this out. I just get it wet, and it'll point right back up, just like that. It's totally fine. Like this is my 99.999% of the time used brush. This one here. And for tighter details, I might move to one of these two. And if I really need to go poking away at super tight details, I have these two right here. Like, these 5 brushes are fantastic. I love them. If I could get an endorsement or a sponsor by them, I would absolutely love it. But right now, I got what, 171 subscribers, 172. Yeah, these are sables. These are Kolinsky sables, all of them. See, these are fantastic brushes. If you want to get Kolinsky sables and not pay the arm and a leg and a kidney that they want, because I've seen Kolinsky sables sell for 150 a brush, which is insane. I'm not trying to paint Mona Lisa. I'm trying to paint something so I can put it on a table and not be the guy who brings the literal gray pile of shame, you know? I don't want all of my minis looking like this when I put them on the table. I want them looking like this or this. Like, I want something that draws some attention. Now, I'm not going for a Golden Demon Award by any stretch of the imagination, but this is almost a therapeutic thing. But yeah, look into Foxbite. Foxbite's 7 Deadly Sins. It comes in the case. If you go on Amazon, it's cheaper. On Amazon, they're like $35 for all 7 brushes, but you don't get the case. I highly recommend getting the case, though, because it's got a little stand built in, right? So this is Velcroed in. You just pop the ends, and you stand it up, and now your brushes will stand. See? And you can have it set up like that. You also have a spot for, like, tools. So, like, let's say you want to go hang out with a friend and go hobbying. You can take your craft knife and put it in here. You can tuck it away in the pocket. You can put, like, sanding sticks. You can put decal sheets. You can put spare wet palette sheets in here. It's a fantastic kit. I love this thing. Like, I used to be a synthetic guy all the way just because I thought it was the only thing I could afford. This is an investment compared to synthetics, because synthetics are like, what, $4, $5 a brush? But let's break it down, right? This is 65 bucks, but if you go on Amazon, you get just the brushes for 35. Each brush is $7. You're paying $2 more per brush, and then 25 bucks for a case that actually has hard plastic sheet in it. Like, this doesn't want to bend easily. It'll protect your brushes. You just got to take care of them. That's all I'm trying to get at here is, if you want really good painting tools, you got to take care of your really good painting tools. My grandfather raised my parents. My grandfathers both had this mentality: if you take care of your stuff, it'll take care of you, you know? Believe it or not, I had these shipped to me while I was in Korea. And Amnesia, I'll help you out with that. If you need some help, by all means, hit me up in Discord later. We can try and figure something out so I can send stuff to you. Don't mind the crashing sound. That's just the unassembled parts of the King Tiger getting jealous, because I'm getting more screen time at the moment than it is. So, when it rains, it pours. But, yeah. I'd be more than happy to help you try and get these brushes, Amnesia. You just gotta let me know. Alright? Reach out to me in Discord. Give me a heads up. Let me know what you want. I'll see what I can do to make it happen, alright? But yeah. Also, on the topic of tools and care and maintenance and stuff, trying to find my brush cleaning and conditioning stuff so I can share that with y'all so y'all can see. Yeah, that tracks. But by all means, just let me know if there's something you're trying to find. Here we go. Vallejo Brush Restorer. This stuff's great for sable and synthetic brushes. It's perfect for sables. For synthetics, it gives you a few more minutes of work, you know? Like, it's not going to give you perfect results for a synthetic, but for a sable, it's pretty much resetting the clock to factory zero. But you want to make sure your brush is stupid clean before you do this. So I would recommend acetone or Mr. Tool Cleaner. This stuff's great. I actually use this in my airbrush. If you have an airbrush and you want to find something for cleaning, by all means, get yourself one of these. IPA works great up until you start working with enamels and stuff like that. And unfortunately, I have quite the collection of enamels and lacquers, so I have to rely on something a little more aggressive than IPA. Like, IPA will eventually get through the enamel, but I don't want to leave my airbrush soaking for a week. And then, to make my life just that little bit easier, I have spare nozzles for my go-to airbrush. So the one I showed you is actually one I picked up on Amazon for like 35 bucks, 50 bucks. It's not bad. Gets the job done. I do like the capacity of the cup, and the cup's removable. So like I can remove this and I can go to a larger or smaller cup. It comes with different nozzle sizes too, so I think this nozzle's like a 0.5. Here's my holy shit, I paid a car note for an airbrush. This one here, as the bag and nozzles gave away, is my Tamiya. This is my Tamiya Sprayworks high grade super fine airbrush. Now, this is what you're seeing me use 99% of the time in my videos, is this one right here. This set me back 230 US dollars, and man, did it hurt when I swiped the card on that one, but holy crap, was it worth it. Yeah, dish soap and hand soap can work, but I would recommend being very careful with it, because the soap itself is not the problem. It's like when you're grabbing the brush and you're getting all up in here, you might bend it. So this is one of those synthetic, like, cheap brushes, so that's why I'm not afraid to like mess this one up. For dry brushing, if you want a quick hack, right? This is something I really find crazy. Yeah, here they are. Go to the makeup aisle. Get yourself some makeup brushes. These work great for dry brushing. Some of them are firm, some of them are soft. You can find massive ones, you can find tiny ones. See, like this one's super soft. This feels like I'm petting a chinchilla. And then you can get some super massive ones like this. Like if I want to dry brush like the side of my real car, I could use this for dry brushing. Am I going to do it? Heck no. But this would be great for like a large vehicle if I want to go really light on the application, because this is a large brush, you know? Exactly. Yeah. Talk to the girlfriend, talk to the wife, be like, hey, you got any old makeup brushes? Don't worry, I'm not going to be taking your dress or your shoes later. I just need your makeup brushes, you know? I know they're going to look at you kind of funny the first time you ask, and then when you show them, they're like, oh, that makes sense. You know? But, that would be my advice, is check out the makeup brushes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I thought about getting the whole like makeup set, makeup brushes, the sponges. Buy them in bulk. Buy them like this. I think this was like $4, $5 at Walmart. And then I bought some of these too. The funny teardrop ones. So trust me, I get a lot of weird looks because I'm a 6'3" dude walking into the makeup aisle, and people look at me like, "Hey, bro, you ain't passable." And it's like, yeah, no shit. I'm trying to paint a model. I'm trying to paint miniatures. So that stuff comes in handy quite often. Oh, man, it is a high caffeine day for me today. I need some Mr. Cleaner for this. But yeah. Any other questions? Let's keep the conversation going. Keep it live, you know. Let's see, can I get this? There we go. Now it's separated. It's no longer paint locked. The only downside to the Tamiya airbrush that I have been using so far that I've noticed is it always gets needle spray around the guard. So this guard always gets chock full of paint. I wouldn't know. I never see the sun. I'm always in the cave. For weathering, there's a lot. There's so many things I do for weathering. So if you could specify what kind of weathering you're looking for, you talking just like wear and tear? Are you talking like grimy sort of effects? Are you talking like, hey, I want to like do weather chipping, paint chipping, stuff like that? Like, just if you can specify a bit more clearly, I'd be more than happy to answer that question with a more direct answer. I like using ripped off parts of. Yeah, that works. Yep. So like, you know those sponge brushes? I literally tear them off the handle, and I tear off a small little bit, dip it in the paint, and then dip it on a paper towel, and I'll use that set of spring closed tweezers I was showing off earlier. Let me see if I can find them again. They're around here somewhere. I'm just moving around so many things at the moment. But I'll use those spring closed tweezers, or I'll use a set of surgical forceps, like these, like a hemostat. I'll take a hemostat and pop it open. Oh yeah, yeah. Pastels are a good way to do it. Well, I just bought these in super bulk. These are those sponge brushes. So like I've got like 30 or 40 of these floating around here. Like here you go. Here's an example of what I'm talking about. These things. It was like $5 for a bag of 50. And I don't waste the entire thing. Like I'll take a small little bit off, hold it in the forceps, dip it in the paint, go and do my thing, apply it, call it a day. And like you can see there's so much of this one left. Because there's where the handle connected. That's literally where the tip was cut off. You can see there's still quite a bit of material sitting here from it. So that would be my recommendation if you're trying to go for paint chipping. So where'd my Terminator go? Yeah, here we go. So that's all sponge chipping. Right there. That's sponge. That's using that sponge chip. That's sponge chip. All of this on the shoulder is sponge chip. I'm trying to light this in a way you can see, but I'm getting too much glare at the moment. That's all sponge chipping on the back. So like it helps sell the effect. And then I like to go back on top of that with an effect, sort of like this stuff. This is Rust by Dirty Down. The stuff's fantastic. Like, holy crap. This really, really good stuff. Um, I've used it before on other minis, primarily on Krieg stuff because, well, Krieg is always in the dirt and mud and snow and whatnot. Um, if I remember correctly, I used a little bit on this. It should be in the video. I want to say I used it on the corkscrews, and then I covered them in snow, so it kind of hides it. But I wanted to try and give it that effect so that if it does start leaching some of that color off of the corkscrew, it'll actually soak into the snow, selling that effect better. But yeah, there's so many things you can use. So like I don't know if you saw earlier, I was laying out pretty much my entire collection of AK weathering and detailing washes that I have. I've got like 30 of them. They're fantastic. Like I really appreciate them. They go on like an oil wash, but they're very heavy. They are very, very heavy. But holy crap, do they make it easy. I would recommend though, if you want to try and get into oil washes, get this stuff. Just get some of this paint. Get yourself some mineral spirits. Now you don't need a liter of the stuff. This was just what was available at the store when I went. This whole liter of mineral spirits cost me something like $8. It was like $5 or $8. I want to say the paint was actually more expensive at $5.50 a tube, but this tube will last me until I'm probably 60. So it's one of those, like, you bought it once and you're gonna have it for the rest of forever, unless you start picking up canvas painting. I highly doubt you're going to run into an issue where you run out of oil paint unless you drop it on the floor and step on it and it squeezes like a tube of toothpaste. You're not gonna run out of that stuff. But yeah, that was a great question. What else you guys got for me? Let's see. What do I want to paint? Really want to work on the tank, but I don't want to work on the tank without starting the camera itself. So we're going to put this aside. Remove all temptation, right? And keep it out of the way. That's going back in its box. The box is going to hide back in its cave. For oil paints in like the tube, yeah, I've got a couple. I think I've got like 5 or 6. Yeah, I've got 6. So, in all honesty, I don't really pay attention to what I have at the house. So when I go to like Hobby Lobby and whatnot, I accidentally doubled on whites. But fortunately, they're 2 different colors. One's zinc titanium and the other one's titanium white. And then got black, green, raw umber, and then burnt umber. Yeah, or sorry, burnt sienna. So I mixed these to replicate like oil staining and stuff like that, or general grime. So this stuff that's actually sitting in this steel plate. These plates you can get on Amazon. I just picked up 50 of them for like $8 or $10. You want to use those when you're working with oil because the wet palette, I'm fairly certain, would not appreciate me putting mineral spirits on it. And the whole oil and water thing, that generally doesn't seem to mix and play well. So I prefer to just use the steel plates. Now, there are guys who will take their oil and they'll put it on cardboard and let it dry out for a couple hours, and you'll actually see the oil. It's actually linseed oil. It's actually the same stuff I like using for finishing gun stocks. Um, that linseed oil will leach out, and it'll work its way into the paper, the cardboard, and stuff like that. And what you're left with is the actual pigment color, which you can then suspend in the mineral spirit. So you put like a small little dollop. So I don't know if you can really make it out, but you see those little clumps right there? That's that paint. That's the actual color pigment. And you don't need a lot in there. Like, you just barely need a drop. Now, if I could get this mineral spirit to open without making me have to grab pliers. For this stuff, you really want to try and suspend it in a very heavily diluted format. So you can see there's a lot of mineral spirit here at the moment in the plate. And this will help it run like a pin wash. For my oils, I generally just use cheap synthetics. So that's pretty much what synthetics are relegated to nowadays, with the exception of like the super accurate micro near like hypodermic needle thin point stuff. So like what I'm talking about is like one of those. That thing's tiny, but it's great when you're wanting to do like scroll work or write a name on a shield. That's when I turn to those. So like this was one that I really liked, and you can see it's getting tip curl. And this was one of the expensive ones. It was a Kum memory point made in Germany. They're really, really nice brushes, but holy crap, do you pay for them? They are proud of their stuff. But usually I'll use synthetics. I don't have quote a surplus of Kolinsky sables to really test it out, but from what I've learned through other people's experience is you should generally lean towards synthetics for oil wash. So like this guy's ready. You can see how bright this guy is, right? He's super bright, and he's just way too clean for Krieg, right? I'm gonna go ahead and just hit him with this oil wash. We can see together how this affects the model. So it goes on like Nuln Oil, but you don't have that issue of coffee staining. It doesn't pool. It does its thing. It flows outward. And it gives a really consistent finish to it, especially when you thin them down. And it's something I really appreciate about moving into quote mixed media paint. I used to like I learned how to paint with the old Humbrol stuff. The enamel stuff that if you sat in a room for too long you could start talking to like ancestors. Um the fumes coming off of that was insane. So I first quote cut my teeth with that stuff. And then started moving into like the testers acrylics and the Revel paints and whatnot. And I'll tell you, I prefer acrylics just because they're so much easier to work with, especially the Citadel stuff. The Citadel stuff is so forgiving because it's water based. You know, it's like, oops, I made a mistake. Let me just take my model and dunk it in rubbing alcohol. Whereas if you're using a plastic model or you're building a plastic model and you're using enamel, you put it on there, well, it's like, well, but you're either painting over it or starting from scratch and buying a whole new model. Because last I checked, polystyrene does not like being suspended in turpentine, let alone acetone, because the main active ingredient in this stuff is acetone. So if you throw your model in there, you wind up with this, which is sprue goo. And this stuff's fantastic for filling in gaps on stuff. You can see it's kind of gooey, goopy. I like to use it a lot for when parts don't want to hang on to each other or they don't want to fit. The viscosity of it allows it to create a bit of liquid tension, and it'll suction the stuff together. So, like for example, a shoulder joint, you have the ball socket and you put it in there. If it's tight enough fit, it'll actually hold it all together. Do I wash my models? Really depends on how eager I am to paint it. And it also depends on the medium that I'm using to base coat. So like if I'm using primer, this primer here is acrylic based. It's water based acrylic. I would wash the model just to ensure that it actually sticks. If I'm using Mr. Surfacer, like Mr. Surfacer Gray 1000, or how I've been using on the King Tiger, the mahogany stuff, which is currently hiding behind this here, the Mr. Mahogany. This stuff, this is lacquer based. It doesn't really care if there's anything on it because it's going to eat its way into the plastic. So, one recommendation though is if you're going to use this in an airbrush, use those BBs like you're hearing it. Those are BBs. This one's got BBs. This one's dry, so I'm going to have to retreat it. But then you get, Tamiya lacquer thinner. I'm not going to say that word because I'm pretty sure that would get me flagged. But the slowed drying time stuff, you want that. Put a considerable amount in there. So like this one, I put quite a bit in there, and now it doesn't spit, sputter, splatter out of my airbrush. This stuff needs a lot of this lacquer thinner, in all honesty, because it's pretty pretty thick at the moment. So again, it kind of plays into the size of the airbrush nozzle. If you have a larger airbrush nozzle, generally you can get away with a goopier or thicker primer. But if you're running something like my Tamiya high grade, master grade, whatever they want to call it, their super premier premium gun type airbrush, you need to thin your paints a lot. So when I'm using the acrylics, I usually thin those down about, I'd say 1 part paint to 2 parts, or no, I'd say it's 2 parts paint, 1 part water. I'd say it's the other way around. It's 2 parts water, 1 part paint. And that generally gives me good application through the airbrush. That was a good question. What else you got for me? All right, I can close this stuff up now. But Amnesia, you still with me? You still on here? I got you. I'm happy I could help. But for those of you trying to see if oils make a super glossy finish or not, I'd say it's kind of middle ground. I'd say it's kind of satin. There's some spots that are really flat color tones. And then there's some spots that are really bright. Um, over time, as it sets and dries more, it'll be more matte. Yeah, you're most welcome. I'm happy I can help. You know. I've noticed with Agrax Earthshade, it's kind of a mix. It's kind of up down. So like, don't get me wrong, Agrax is a fantastic shade. It's just it's too thick, and you can't exactly thin it down much further because it's suspended in water. After a while, you just start getting into a point where you're just spraying water on a model that has like 1 part tint and 5 parts water, and it's kind of counterintuitive. The only thing that I could think of that would help thin it further would be something like saline, but at that point, now you're messing with like salt water. You would thin it down. You could, or no, actually, I'll take that back. The thought that I was just about to spit out was a bad idea. Don't do that. Um, don't do what I was about to say. So don't worry about that. But yeah, for like weathering and detailing and stuff, Agrax is pretty good. It has its uses, has its place. You know, it's sort of like hammer versus screwdriver. You're not going to hammer in a screw, and you're not going to use a screwdriver to drive in a nail. Like, I mean, you can, but I wouldn't recommend it. Intended purposes, you know. So, square peg, round hole. Anyone else got questions? Any anything? Literally, I'm more than happy to answer. Just hanging out with you guys today, trying to make sense of craft table because work's been keeping me busy. Unfortunately, this is not my full-time job. It would be cool, but in all honesty, the YouTube ain't quite there yet. I gotta get considerably more subscribers and a lot more watch time before we can make this a dedicated, like, this is my job. And I love all of y'all. I really do. I appreciate all the support you guys give me. You guys are the OGs. I'm just hanging out, doing my thing. I appreciate every single one of you for joining me today. So let's see what all we got. Who all's in at the moment? Let's get a sound off. Who's here? Who's here, huh? Because I can't see who's in at the moment, and all we got is 4 people. I'm seeing 4 on the list, so shouldn't take that long for y'all to say hi, howdy, hey, what's up, so I can address y'all individually and say hi and thank you for joining. Where's my white paints? I need my cool white. Yep, that's what I want. So we're gonna do that. Go ahead and start painting up this guy's eyes and tongue and whatnot. Yeah, that'll work. Trying to stay out of the way so you guys can see what I'm doing. Thin that down a little bit more. It's a little too viscous. But if I can, I'll add to my answer regarding washing models. I will state that I generally see better results overall if I wash the model. But honestly, if it's not some like super high-end commission that I'm working on, or if it's just something I'm doing for the channel, or maybe it's just something for my personal collection, usually I'm not washing it. Usually I'm just getting right into building and painting and recording my mistakes for you all to enjoy. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't have any music playing at the moment. As I genuinely have no idea how that would fare with YouTube's copyright policies and whatnot. If any of you have any experience in that, by all means, let me know. Let me know if I'm safe to play music or if hanging out in the awkward silence that is the laundry room is going to be the way to go. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, I could do like copy free or copyright free music. Could do that. I would probably have to grab my laptop at this point because I'm monitoring the chat with you all on my tablet, so that then I'm not having to rubberneck all the way around the backside of my phone to see what y'all are sending me. Because I feel like that would take away from the chat quite considerably if I'm only seeing stuff every 3 to 5 minutes. I don't want to miss something and make you guys feel underappreciated. Again, you guys are what make this channel possible. I appreciate every single one of you. Let's see. I don't need that one anymore. Now I need that one. So we're gonna go with Kroxigor scales. Come on, pop open. I will admit though, I'm not a huge fan of these pots. They're not bad. When I first started getting back into Warhammer, I thought these were awesome. I thought these were the cat's pajamas. But what's wrong with one of these? Especially with a wet palette. Now I've got bottles, but they aren't exactly ideal for trying to put paint in. So I may slowly start moving all my stuff to droppers like that, but right now I think I'm gonna just have to bear with it and stick to the GW pots for what's in GW pots. Let's see. Any more questions from the crowd? Or are we all just hanging out, just enjoying the awkward silence? Awkward silence it is. Now, for those of you who are looking for texture paint, I do have a bit of advice for y'all. Right? So everybody knows Games Workshop stuff, right? And in my honest opinion, after working with it for a while, I feel like the granules are just a bit too big, especially for basing, because it's just massive stuff. The snow I can kind of get behind. I can agree with that, the way it's sized and granulated. But for example, Sterling Mud. Look at the granule size on that base. That's comparable to... Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I had a little case full of like small little aquarium pebbles. And that's pretty much what it would be equivalent to at that scale. And in all honesty, it can look fantastic in certain areas, but if you're trying to make mud, yeah, you know what? I found the bag. Even better. This is pretty much the granules that you'd be making. Now, for certain terrain, that makes sense. But I feel it's a bit too big for most dioramas and settings. So what I would recommend is Vallejo or AK. The diorama effects by Vallejo is fantastic. I paid like $10, $12 for this, right? $8 or $9, $12. Which one are you gonna buy? You versus the one they say don't worry about. I'm gonna go with this one. And the granule texture is smaller and more realistic for scale. Like, it's not this huge river stone. It's not river pebbles. This stuff is far more realistic, more like dirt path. Smaller granules. And then, speaking of dirt, as I spill the pebbles everywhere, dirt, right? Sometimes when I go places, I just collect some of the dirt, sort of like the old school guys did back in like World War II. They'd get cans of stuff, you know? So like this is dirt from Korea that I baked. So you want to put it in the oven, you want to bake it for a long time, right? So this is kind of bright sand. It's a little bit darker, a little bit more clumpy. A few twigs in there. Those work great for when you want to do branches. More sand. Like I have this stuff, you just take it and you thin it out. You use some isopropyl alcohol to thin it. And then you get some what is it? Not CA glue. It's you want the, I want to say IPA, but it's not IPA glue. School glue. The PVA glue. That stuff. You use that. You water it down and you put it on top and you let it all dry and it glues everything together and it doesn't leave a weird surface to it. It'll lay out just fine. Let's see. Where did that? There he goes. All right. So quick check. Still got to do the teeth, but we'll do that in a minute. For the ground stuff, I like to use a flat brush, something like this. Yeah, 100%. Texture is personal preference, and I agree with you. That's 100% on the money. Like, some people want the big rocky, gritty stuff, but I feel like it kind of takes away from the model sometime if it's too coarse. This stuff is really, really fine. It almost feels like I'm painting with baby powder, you know? Just kind of a pro and a con. Now, I can always go back and sprinkle some sand on it before it dries, and that'll help tie it in. I can also go back over it and paint it. If I want a different color, I can just paint it whatever I want. If I want to paint it pink, I can paint it pink. You can paint the Games Workshop stuff pink, or whatever color you want. But at nearly $10 a little vial, I'd be kind of hesitant about using it that way because it's not necessarily a general purpose texture at that price point. I just can't. It's one of those like, I bought the brown stuff at $10 and then painted it fuchsia. I bought this stuff for about the same price, and there's enough of it here I could probably cover my entire folding table twice over. Put 2 whole coats of this, and it would be fine, you know. And this isn't the only stuff they make. They make pumice. They make desert sand. They have a boatload of other themes and colors and whatnot that you can get. But really, this one here I bought as a bit of an experiment. Don't be afraid to try new techniques when it comes to painting, or new materials or paints or stuff like that. Just know what you're gonna try, you know? And just learn the basics, like don't put acetone on a plastic model. Just figure out the do's and don'ts, and then play around with some of the gray area stuff in between, you know? Like, it's totally fine to try and experiment with something and see what happens. I mean, you're painting models, you're not diffusing a bomb, you're not playing chemistry. You're just building a model kit. Have fun with it. But always, 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 always find a test piece before you do what you want. For applying all the pastes and stuff, I really like using sculpting tools. Oh yeah, 100%. That stuff's good too. So like I got some spatulas floating around. I got like the little spatulas. I've got dental tools. These are great. Like I use these for gunsmithing as well. So these are double hatting. These are definitely double hat tools, double responsibilities. What else? Let's see. Where's my spatula? There it is. It's in with the sanding tools. So, yeah, I've got little spatulas, right? These little spatulas work wonders. I have this one too. This one's great. It's got a small little scallop to it. It's almost like a little spoon. Yeah, they're perfect because you can sit there and you can just get it and right up on it. And then you can smooth it out, and when you're done, you just take a paper towel, drag it across the edge of it, and it's clean. Yeah, I've got green stuff. I hardly ever use that. Like I've got the liquid green stuff by Citadel. I've got Milliput. I've got Tamiya. Like I've got so much random stuff for model building. It's nuts. If I really wanted to commit to being a full-time commission model builder, I would say I've got about 80% of the toolkit that I'd want where I'm at. But there is always room for improvement. Oh yeah. You've got this stuff, the 2-part, like this, where it comes in sort of looking like Airheads, the candy Airheads. You take them, mix it together. Yeah, that stuff's not always that fun. Milliput comes in looking like a turd, because you get the dark green and then you get this off-white green. Yeah, sculpting is a real pain with it. So what I've learned is when I'm working with that stuff is you want to try and get your general shape while it's still wet. You want to try and get your general form and flow of your surface. And then after that, you want to go in and try and use like a variety of sanding and grinding tools to clean it out. So like I've got little arbors, little diamond coated arbors for a Dremel that I can use. I've got various pin vise tools. I've got sanding sticks for days. Like I've got the little like 3 to 5 mil type, and then I've got the big ones that you see at like a nail salon. But I agree with you 100%. Trying to sculpt it, you really, really got to be on your A game to figure that stuff out. You gotta know what you're doing. So I generally leave it to other people. Grilliput? Really? I'll have to give that a shot. Generally, any of the putty stuff that I'm working with nowadays is generally this stuff. I like using this to simulate cast iron surfaces. So I've got a Tiger 1 floating around that I've been working on that I did a bit of a cast iron sort of cast armor application to it. You take that and then you mix it with model glue. you put a dollop in and you mix some of the glue, and you get a cheap, old, beaten up paintbrush, and you put it all over. Yeah, 100%. I think my M10 that I started working on a few months ago, actually, I think I did some to that as well. If you give me a second, I'll dig that out for us all to go. Oh wow, more stuff. Give me a second. More makeup brushes. So I want to say I did it. No, actually I didn't do it to this one. But I know I did it to my Tiger 1. And it really sells the cast iron armor appearance very well. So I may have to dig that out later. Oh yeah. If I'm being honest, I'm really tempted to do some of it on this. But I would have to respray it again once I'm done doing it. And I like to try and do things quick, which generally means I'm lazy. So I will definitely do it there though, to hide that sprue scar. Either that, or I'll take my pin vise and drill that out to look like a of course you don't want to stay. Make it look like a glancing shot. Oh, and right into the red paint. Of course. Murphy's Law, right? Yep, this is some Warhammer stuff at the moment. I do a boatload of scale model stuff as well. And I also do some 3D print stuff. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I'm an open book. Pleasure to see you, by the way, Zeke. I'm happy you could join us today. That'll go back up there. But yeah, this accessory pack for this Dreadnought is actually 3D printed. So the candles, the shoulders here, the shoulder plates, the actual shoulders themselves. Yeah, there's plenty of stuff on here that's actually 3D printed add-on. I just threw those on the printer, so like he's even got add-on plates. So, oh, there's uh there's plenty of 3D print options. Like I'm not gonna blame you one bit for not being able to get into the hobby due to cost. Like it's holy crap, Games Workshop is convinced they poop gold. But you can 3D print stuff. The only thing is if you do, you kind of have to play with guys that are cool with the quote rule of cool, where it's like, hey, if you're cool with it, I'm gonna play with these, and if you're not, I'm gonna go play somewhere else. So like I would not recommend going to a Games Workshop store with 3D print stuff because they would probably throw you back out on the street. But you can find 3D print stuff that's very, very accurate. So, like this right here is one of the Blade Guard captains. This is 3D printed, right? Let me move him out of the way so we can get in focus. There we go. Yeah, some shops are super chill about it. Some shops are not so chill about it. So, like my local store, they wanted me using Citadel brushes, Citadel paints. They said if Citadel made a product for it, it had to be a Citadel product or a GW product. I said, what about a wet palette? He said, yeah, we don't have a wet palette. And I was like, I'm going to bring mine. And he's like, well, why do you need a wet palette? And at that point, I realized it was not going to fly very well. I realized I was going to go over to like a lead balloon. And so I generally refrain from going to GW stores to paint because let's be honest, GW's metallic paints have a massive line, you know? They have a massive metallic paint line, but their metallics are gritty. Their colors are phenomenal. It's just the media they put in it isn't all that great. So I generally turn to Vallejo. I turn to Vallejo's stuff because this stuff goes on super smooth. Like this is Vallejo Metallics here. It mixes easily. You're not shaking the pot for forever. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. They're good paints. It's just like I feel like they could be better. You know what I mean? Like I mean, there's always room for improvement on everything, but for the amount of money they want, I feel like they need to be better. For $6 each, and they need to redesign their pot build because like look at all this. This is all paint that I can't use because it's all dried up in the little seam here. Like I I love their color line. I really do. But I wish they would do something about their pot design. Yeah, the barrier of entry is very difficult. Um so if you want to try and get into it, Zika, um yeah, their paint pots are designed to kill paint so you go back and buy more. I get that. 100%. Yep, exactly. Zika, if you want to try and get into it and you want to try and get into it on the quote the low side, on the cheap, look at eBay. Look at I mean, you could go to Etsy if you want for some 3D print stuff. Or if you have a 3D printer, I would recommend doing a resin printer instead of FDM because FDM just yep, that's what I'm getting at is you go to eBay for the used minis. Those Imperial Fists, that was an eBay purchase I made. It was a whole combat patrol, usually listed at 165 bucks, and it came with a not a Razorback, but a crap. What's the other armored Vic? I can't remember. But it came with all of that. And it came with these guys that I rebased. Here. So I rebased these guys because they always break off the stems. So I made this guy look like he was landing. Yeah, maybe, yeah, it was a rhino. But came with all of that, and I paid $100. I got $250 in minis for $100. Look at eBay. Used minis are the way to go. 3D printing is totally acceptable, but you gotta find the right resin or the right medium, really. So like this, I printed up to be a jump pack. So, or jump pack exhaust fumes. So this would tie in, not on this guy, because this is the wrong mini. This one here, what you would do is you'd cut those stems down, and then it would line up. So I could make it look like he's actually flying. It's a cool add-on. You can find so many things that are 3D printable. The minis, terrain, accessories like this, like it's abundant. The world's your oyster. You just gotta find what you want. And if they don't have it, you can find something like a proxy to it, you know? You tried to play with friends, power deck, no difference. Some reason the guy battling against was so harsh on my first rounds. Yeah. Oh, are you playing power deck? You're playing Magic? You playing what are you're playing a card form of this? Are you playing Dark Tide or whatever? And no offense taken. I'm not taking any offense whatsoever. But let's see. What do I want to work on? This guy needs. Okay, this guy's already been dry brushed. So yeah, here's another one I'm going to be working on probably for the next 10-15 minutes. Let's go ahead and get him mounted up. Start painting. But if you want to try and get into the hobby of painting, used minis, great way. If Warhammer isn't your thing, but model building is, used model kits, great way to do that. Bit of both deck and act figures at a store. Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from with it. That's all. Just trying to make sure that we're on the same sheet of music when it comes to referencing stuff. Like I'm not a GW purist by any stretch of the imagination. I'm really in it just to paint. I'm not really big in competition type gaming on tabletop. I'm not really into the actually stuff. Like I'll read the lore if it's something of interest to me, but I'm not running the Barnes and Noble for the latest publication just because it says GW on it or Black Library. Bolt Action. Yeah, I've heard of it. It's something I've been wanting to get into. I actually used to paint the 1/72nd scale infantry guys. So that was something that I used to do. I kid you not, for middle school, I did a makeup project because I was crazy sick. Like I came down with bronchitis and I was out for 2 weeks. It was real bad. I lost like 30 pounds in 2 weeks. But I did a diorama of Pickett's Charge from the American Civil War, and I had $350 to $500 worth of minis, all mounted on bases. I took the pink insulation foam that you see for like house construction, all cut up and turned into terrain. I had cannons, cavalry, your field kitchens, infantry, engineers, you name it. They were all over the place. Aww. You've got a whole Japanese army in bolt action and you haven't even primed it? Amnesia, you're letting me down, bro. So, but yeah, Zika, like 100%. I love the intricate details. So, like, if you've seen my channel, if you've been following it, you actually got to see this mobile mine, the remote mine, uh, be built for a video, and I really enjoyed the details of it. I think that's why I like Krieg so much. What? They're twice as small. Okay, so Amnesia, this is something I'll probably take on for you. Is if you want, I'll take a crack at painting some bolt action minis and see how that goes. And if you like the results, either I can do a DIY for you, or perhaps we could work something out for like commissions or whatnot. We can come up with something, all right? We can make it happen. We just need to figure it out. Because I would I would love to see you paint some bolt action stuff. I think you would really knock it out of the park once you find your comfort zone. Yeah, I just gotta find some bolt action. I may jump on eBay. That might be my next endeavor into more miniature stuff. Oh, um, here's a question for y'all. So on the channel, I've been slowly doing a reclamation project on a drop pod so that then I can bring it in for my Templars. Should I publish a video on that? This originally started as, oh, I want to say it was Imperial Fist because it was yellow, but I don't think it was. This was actually gifted by a member of the Discord, and it was CJ. I truly appreciate him. Yeah, I think it is actually the Horus Heresy pod. It's the open. Well, it's the earlier opening type, so you can open and close it. But he painted it as a Blood Angels, and he was like, "Yo, bro, I'm not gonna do anything with it." I was like, "I've always wanted one for the diorama effect," and he's like, "Bro, I'll just give it to you." I was like, "Really?" And he's like, "Yeah." So you can see where I scabbed off the Blood Angel effects on it. And yeah, I know the new ones, they're sculpted open or closed, and it's such a pain. You can still find these on eBay, by the way. Like I'm finding them on eBay for anywhere from 25 US to about 55 or 60 US. So, but yeah, the Heresy ones aren't half bad. Yeah, they're a little smaller, but it gets the job done. But in all honesty, I like this one. This one was free. Can't beat free 99. So, but yeah, let's see what else is going on here. Details look cool. Thank you very much, and especially the dusting. Have a look at carving material. Um, yeah, the carving material. That always comes in handy too. So like if you want to do like terrain bases and stuff. So like this is actually cork sheet on this guy's base here. So this is just cork sheeting that I've layered up. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back with texture paint, right? And add to it and help even it out and level it out and make it a gradual grow or a gradual rise. So like this is the cork sheeting without any paint on it. So you can really see how this stuff looks. It comes in handy. It really does. Thank you, Amnesia. I truly appreciate your comments and compliments. Another thing that's gone by the wayside, which I want to get to, are my artillery emplacements for Krieg. Because I've done a lot of work on sandbags. They look really, really good. But I need to finish the emplacements so that then I can put them together. And also, I have a really, really cool idea for y'all. I don't want to give away too much just yet, but I'm gonna do some custom artillery pieces with the spare bits that I do have, so I can swap them in and out. That's something I do appreciate about the GW artillery pieces is you can pop them in and out. You can swap out pieces. You can go for a large barrel, like the long barrel howitzer. You can go for the siege mortar. You can go for the hedgehog mortar type. You can do the quad cannon. It's awesome. You can just swap in and out whatever. And I feel like they did a good job building that kit. I feel like a lot of thought went into that of like what would people want instead of just, hey, what's going to make us money fast, you know? So that's something I'm actually fond of in GW's favor. What else we got? Any other questions at the moment? I'd love to help some of y'all out if y'all need help with figuring things out. Put that back up there. Oh man. Looks like Complex Autist has been trying to reach me. He's messaging me on Discord, but I can't see him on the chat. If you're still in here, sound off. Say hey. Like I'm not meaning to ignore you at all. I can't see you whatsoever on your comments, Complex. If you're still in here, you may have to reload in if you're still hanging out in the chat. Go ahead and just message him real quick. I'm sorry, guys. But speaking of Discord, if you guys want to join, I have a Discord channel that is free. You don't have to sign up any sort of like payment, like, oh hey, pay to chat, pay to play. No, none of that. No, it is free to everybody. You guys can hop in, you guys can chat with us all the time. Amnesia's in there with me as well. And a few other YouTube artists are in there as well who also contribute to the channel. And honestly, we talk about everything. We talk about other hobbies. We talk about cars, music, video games, the consistency of the oatmeal at the barracks or the DFAC this day or that day or whatever. Everything's on the topic. So, but seriously, like, it would be fantastic if you guys join. It should the link should still be live on my page. If it's not, let me know and we can try and figure out a way to get you guys in there. All right? I would love to see y'all there. But hey, Amnesia, are you able to generate a link for it and drop it in the chat? If you're able to do that, by all means, go ahead. But if it's not gonna pop for you, let me know. Maybe we can try and figure something out. So thank you, because I would love it if everybody here wants to be able to communicate. They have the ability to communicate with me. Don't be afraid to drop any comments on my posts or videos. I've been really, really knocking it out on keeping up with y'all through comments and um, through the posts, and I appreciate y'all contributing to those and wanting to communicate that way. It shows me that what I'm doing here actually matters and that people want to see what I'm doing. And that means the world to me because, like, in all honesty, I'd continue doing this even if nobody wanted to see it. But I would probably be recording less of it. But I truly appreciate every single one of y'all for coming and hanging out today. Oh, I don't even see it. It doesn't even show it. It just says there it is. So if anybody else is seeing the link in the chat, please let me know. Also, Amnesia, are you seeing any comments from Complex Autist? I don't see him at all. Like, he reached out to me directly through Discord about an hour and a half ago, and I just now saw that. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. So I don't know if it's YouTube blocking or if something ridiculous is going on. I don't know if it's something on my side or not, but I'm trying to figure out what's going on with Complex. So, Citadel paints and using an airbrush. Oh, okay. So I'm seeing his comments from his screenshot, but I'm not seeing comments in the chat itself. At the start when I said "Hey yo," you had a user that said no. Weird. Complex, are you still in the video? If you are, just drop a message on Discord and I should be able to see it pop up. Because I might be able to see it that way. Chat issue is happening too. Okay. Was wondering why. Boom. Wouldn't. Oh yeah. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with the chat issues. That's gonna be something for me to try and look into. Let me go ahead and make a note here, real quick before I forget. So I just got a direct text message from my childhood best friend saying, "Hey, yeah, I was trying to chat too." So yeah, okay. So chat issues in live stream. That's interesting. You saw my second comment and said hi, yeah. And then I saw the third, yep, that's true. And then after that I couldn't see anything. It was weird. I saw like 3 or 4 from Complex and then it just fell off. Like I couldn't see anything. Hey, just a heads up for everybody in here, if chat is having issues, I sincerely apologize. I would ask that you join my Discord server. It's absolutely free. You guys don't need to pay to sign up or anything like that. It's 100% free to the public. I'm more than happy to communicate with you guys there. I promise I am not ignoring your comments. It's just they are not coming through. But I appreciate you, Complex, on your comments. Yeah, I've been enjoying it so far. It's been interesting to say the very least. Trying to balance everything out on this, and at the same time, trying to stay focused on one task. But ADHD is hitting me harder than a city bus. So, but yeah, if you want to join the Discord, it's on the YouTube channel page itself. Please, I would love to see you there. If you don't have Discord, please consider getting Discord. It's free. You can chat, drop memes, play video games. You can even stream. Like there's so many functional features to Discord that make it worthwhile. But yeah, I again truly appreciate y'all. If you haven't subscribed already, please consider subscribing. watch a couple of videos, drop a like, a couple comments, share with friends who you think might enjoy some of this stuff, and just let me know what you think. Like, honest opinions are always appreciated, you know? Like, I don't need something candy coated all the time. It's always good to get some constructive criticism. So I truly appreciate every single one of y'all. Yeah, I think I gained a couple of subs today too. I'm not sure. On my sub count this morning when I was setting up, I was at like 171. I would kind of expect to be somewhere around 173 if I'm being 100% realistic. Kind of thinking I'm going to be at about 173 today at the end of this live stream, but I truly appreciate every single one of y'all for spending time with me today. Like, it may not seem like it means a lot to you guys, but it means the world to me because you guys are helping me out. You guys are helping pushing me up the algorithm. I'm at 176. Hey, look at that. We're moving up. The gray pile grows larger. Hey, Amnesia, what do you think I should start calling members of the pile? Should I call us all like hoarders, or is that too on the nose? Like, I'm trying to think of a cool idea for like what we should call ourselves. I'm gonna drop these gloves because my fingers feel like I've been swimming for 6 hours. Oh man, God, I feel like I could like palm Teflon at this point. Jeez. Pilers? Yeah, we could do that. We could call them pilers. Drop a comment if you guys are if you guys are coming up with good ideas for names for members of the pile. So I truly appreciate y'all. Sorry, got distracted with a text message. You know how it is. No, might help if I actually spell things. English is hard to. But yeah, if anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask them. If I don't answer, chances are I can't see your chat. We're having issues with chat issues. Like I said, please reach out on Discord if nothing else. If you want some honest opinions, honest feedback, stuff like that. Trying to make a couple notes here for everybody coming in. Having chat issues. Just can't see it. Please join Discord on YouTube channel page. All right, I just want to make sure that everybody coming in has an idea of what exactly is going on. Is that showing up in camera? I hope it is. Hey, Amnesia, is that clear? Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure that people can see it because when I'm looking at my tablet, it looks like I'm trying to read Aramaic. I'm afraid that if I try and read that out loud, I'm gonna summon some like ancient spirit. I truly appreciate y'all, every single one of y'all. I truly do. Anybody got questions? If you're posting a question and I don't respond, chances are I can't see it, and it's not by choice of ignoring a comment or anything like that. I just cannot see all of these missing comments. I've been trying to find them. I've been trying to figure out what's going on, but I guess that dog just won't hunt today, no matter how much I'm trying. Also, when I go into the participants tab on the chat itself, I only see myself and you. Weird. Okay, hang on. Let me do something here. Chat filter all messages. Hey, let's try that. I think I've figured out the fix. All messages. Hey, okay. IG Milwaukee, I see you. I see you now. Okay, all right. We got this. We got this. I am so terribly sorry. I am just having a 2 brain cell day. All right, now I'm seeing some of these chats. Hi, everybody. Does it work? Yes, it does. Yes, it frickin' does. I appreciate you all. Yeah, Amnesia, I think what you got to do is you got to hit all chats so that then we can see everybody. I am figuring it out. Yep, hi back to you, Milwaukee. Hi back to you. Holy crap. Yeah, small little victories, am I right? Frickin' man, oh man, oh man. I am terribly sorry. Hey, Complex Autist, are you still in? If you're still in here, sound off, because I just checked all the chat settings, so I should be able to see everything. If you're in here, say hey. I fixed the live stream issue chat, but please feel free to join the Discord. Please, 100%. You guys can reach out to me whenever. I barely sleep as it is, so you'll probably get an answer very quickly. But yeah, it was crazy. I was watching the members go from live chat go from like 7 people to 3 people to 4 people to 4 to 3 people to 8 people, and it'd go up and down and up and down. And I totally understand some of y'all just flipping through to flip through, and I don't blame you. I've been on that doom scroll plenty of times. And I'm not gonna ask you what you're doing because I have a pretty good idea. But yeah, if you're in here, go ahead, sound off, say hi. I'd love to give you guys a shout out, a call out, say hey, thank you for joining me today. You know, it's the least I can do. But yeah, if you have any questions for model building and hobbies and stuff like that, please feel free to ask and reach out. I am all ears. If you guys have comments, critiques, tips of your own that you want to share with the crowd, by all means, drop them in here. Hey, Milwaukee, do you know if Martin's up and moving today, or if he's working? If Martin's working, that kind of sucks. But if he's not working, you want to drop him a link, see if he wants to jump in on the chat for a bit. I have a feeling he might have an interest in seeing what's going on the table. When is the next episode on the tank? It's gonna be Fridays. I'm planning on keeping that moving every Friday. In all honesty, you guys are seeing it 24 hours after projects. So like dead serious, this is as far as I've made it on the tank. Work schedule has been so insane for me that I kid you not, I was off Tuesday and Wednesday, and Wednesday night I was doing all the video editing. That took about 6 hours. I went from 9 hours of video down to about 45 minutes. And then Thursday night going into Friday morning, I spent another 6 hours cutting down the video a little bit more down to what it is now, which I think is 25 minutes, if I remember correctly, and doing the voiceover. So you guys are quite literally seeing it sometimes as close to completion time as 10 hours. Um, the week prior, that video went out within 45 minutes of me completing the video editing, just because the work schedule is so heavy at the moment. And I truly appreciate every one of y'all who watched the videos. I appreciate any criticism that's given. If you guys feel like I should cut out a few more things, if I should add a few more things, if the videos are far too long, if the videos are far too short, if they're moving too fast, too slow, if you want to see them upside down, I think you're the only one who would want to do that. So just lock screen your phone and then turn it upside down, and you can scratch that itch. But truly, I appreciate every single one of y'all for your criticism, comments, criticism, preferably constructive. If you have negative criticism, it's okay. I'll take it with a big grain of salt. Um, but yeah. Let's see. Who else is on here? Anybody got questions? Now that I can finally see what's going on, I am all ears. See what I mean? That magnet keeps picking up stuff. It just picked up that pipe cleaner. I was like, why is my arm itchy? All right, so there's that. Let's see what else. What do I want to do with that one? I think I'm going to do a grass tuft. Yeah, we're going to do some grass on here. Come on, get out of there. I know I got Shrek fingers, but I need one of you to get out of here. Okay, thank you. Here we go. All right. Let's grab this handle. I don't know where my fifth one went. No, found it. Too late. All right, now for some super glue. You know what? I'm going to try out some of this stuff because I just got this. I know a lot of people swear by it. It's medium consistency super glue, and it seems to be some really good stuff, but I'm worried that... Oh no, this stuff's still fluid. Okay, cool. When I ordered this, unfortunately, it came used, and it wasn't supposed to be used. Now, I will tell you, the customer service was fantastic. They reached out to me, and they said, hey, we saw your review saying, great product, questionable seller, and we wish to fix the problem that you may have. And they offered a full refund for me, which I truly, truly appreciate. So I'll give it to the seller, be like, hey, yeah, there was a problem, but they wanted to make it right. They didn't just ignore me. So I'll say Stay-Bond stuff, or Starbond. I want to say it's Starbond. Yeah, it's Starbond. So, like, I've used their clear stuff before, so I've got this bottle of their super fast thin. It's fantastic stuff, but holy crap, if you're not paying attention, it'll run up your arm. Let's see. We're gonna put just a dab of this. And this is definitely higher consistent, or higher viscosity than their clear stuff by a lot, which I'm appreciative of. So what I like to do is I like to take the grass tuft, push it down in, really get it to set. And then once it's glued in and dried, I'll come back and I'll comb over it with a couple of tweezers to ensure that I get all the loose little tufts and whatnot. Sometimes I'll even go back over it with an airbrush, just air. See, look at all these tufts that are breaking out. It's nuts. There's so many of them just falling out. Now, is it a fantastic way to really thin out a grass tuft? Yeah, but you want to go all the way across it. I'll tell you that right now, because if you focus in one spot, you're going to have a bald spot. Like Grandpappy, I'm going to have a bald spot in the middle of it, and it's just not going to look right. All right, live chat. Who all's still here, huh? Who all's still here? Let's see. Yeah, I keep seeing the numbers fluctuate. Like it goes from 7 to 3 to 7 to 4. So. Oh, yeah. The copyright free music. Yeah, I'll just use YouTube Music Library for that. And the problem is I'm using the tablet to monitor the chat. So if you want to see the jank setup I'm running right now, there's our video. And I'm trying to stay on top of the chats that way. Only you and I as participants again? You gotta be kidding me. I'm showing all messages. I think it's just because you're #1 commenter at the moment. That might be what it is because you're commenting so much that it's considering you at this point a collab on the live stream. So, but yeah, I just want to make sure that I'm able to see comments and reply to them quickly without having to do the whole I'm looking here and then have to get behind the recording device over and over and over again just to see if anybody said anything. Because at that point, nothing would be getting accomplished. I mean, it's not like I'm really accomplishing much at this point. But what I am accomplishing is communicating with all of you, so I'll call that a dub. I'll call that a win. So, because that's what matters to me is getting to communicate with y'all and get a feel for what you guys want to see and what you guys want to learn. By all means, I really appreciate it. We all have to change your live chat settings. Otherwise, people get flagged for spam. Which chat settings do we have to go to? Because I'm on chat settings right now, and I'm hitting all messages, and I see everything. So, or at least I think I see everything. I'm trying to make sure that I'm not just like, oh, I see everything, but I don't. For some reason, it sees automatic. Yeah, that's right. Yep. Top chat. Yep. That's what I've been seeing. I think that's why I've been answering to Amnesia so much. I'm not seeing too much from everybody else. See, again, now I'm seeing 4 people in and 11 likes. So I think it's you, me, and then a third viewer just hanging out in the distance. Or, well, really a 4th viewer because it's you 2 plus me monitoring and then fly on the wall. Whomever the fly on the wall is, you want to say hi? I mean, even though I changed it at the time you did, it was still broken, and now I refreshed the site. Okay, I'm going to hit top message again, and then go back to all messages. Yeah, nothing changed. Nothing changed. Interesting. Interesting. I can't believe I've been on live stream for 4.5 hours already. Doesn't even feel like it. It feels like I've been on for 30 minutes, 40 minutes. So either I'm doing something right or I'm doing something horribly wrong. So, There's 4 of us according to YouTube, and only I, Gmail, and you on the chat. Yeah, that seems about right. So now, some stuff, because I'm sure Milwaukee will want to see how this is done. So with the grass tuft, once you get that in, you're going to have a bit of a border running around it. And you see how there's that opening? Oh, come on. Zoom in. There we go. You see how there's that border there? So you get that border. Learning Spanish, huh? So what you want to do is you want to fill it in using this texture paint. That'll tie it all up and really help sell the, hey, this is supposed to be part of the terrain, not just a piece of plastic I glued on after the fact, even though it is. So you see, it hides that border edge. Welcome to the chat. Welcome, welcome. I just hit 5 on here. Let's see. I'm going to refresh the chat settings and see if I might be able to read anything. 6. Hi, welcome everybody. Welcome. I'm so very happy to see you. If you would like, feel free to sound off in the chat. Say hi, say hello. Feel free to ask questions. 100%. I am here for you. If you want to ask a technique, type of paint type stuff, I'm more than happy to try and answer to the best of my abilities. 3D print questions, model building questions, how to start a car question. Literally, I'm an open book. Go ahead. Let's see. Milwaukee, you got any questions? I saw you popping up on comments on some of the videos. What was some of the stuff you wanted to learn? No, AIs are getting thirsty. Let's see. I want coffee. Nice, nice. So, now that this is done, it sounds like my cat is trying to get in here. Yes, I hear you. Give me a second. I'm going to open that door. You don't know what to purchase first. Well, if you give me just a second, I'll try and help you answer that. Come on, Grim. What are you doing, bud? Come on. You want to come in here? Get in here. What, you don't want to go on live stream all of a sudden? You got shy? Come on, you fuzzball. So, first purchases. Great question. Let's see. Really depends on what you want to get into. What I would recommend right off the rip is get a good set of side cutters, right? Now, they don't need to be the God Hand brand. They don't need to be those, because those are ungodly expensive, but holy crap, are they great. Like, the blue nippers you see me using all the time are God Hands. They're like $65 to $75 a pop. They're fantastic. They're really sharp. They leave clean cuts. But I can tell you, this set that I found on Amazon for, I think it was like $20, $15. Actually comes with a hard insert for the blade case, right? So there's a little plastic insert. And these are nearly identical to the God Hands. They take up almost the same footprint, if not the same footprint. They are the same footprint. They're the same size. Similar design. $15 or $20 compared to the God Hand $65 or $75. Now, What army have I been thinking about? Oh no, what's Milwaukee thinking about? Yeah, yeah. What have you been thinking about, huh? Come on, Milwaukee, tell us, tell us. Oh, Grim, you finally decided to join the chat. Oh, come here, Fluffer. Yeah, you come here. Oh, here is the reason why 90% of my miniatures are covered in hair. It's because of this big monster right here. He's a monster. He's like 16 pounds, 8 kilos. He's a big boy. He's scared of his own shadow, but he's a daddy's boy. All right, come on, Grim. Hey, come on, let go of the shirt. I'm going to put you down. There you go. I'll see you. What, you didn't like being on camera? Okay. Yeah, Necrons are nearly noob-proof. I'm going to show you something I'm not very proud of. When you want to speed paint Necrons, you go out and you buy a $5 can of Rust-Oleum Metallic, and you just build them and spray them. And then you go back and you touch up the details. That's all you got to do, man. It's that easy. Because you could do the metallic paint, and then you go back with a thin wash. Generally, something bright green is a great way to go. Can't go wrong with that. After that, I would say Ultramarines are another quick and easy paint scheme. Custodies are easy. Thank you. Yeah, Grim is one hell of a fluff ball. What kind of mini is the big fuzzy one? Yeah, he's limited edition, 2 brain cells fighting for third place. Big of heart, dumb of ass. He is a Norwegian forest cat, weighing in at about 16 pounds. And he's a monster. He panics for no reason. He will rip through the house at Mock Jesus. And he will jump on you middle of your sleep just because he felt like it. Let's see. What kind? Yeah, gold, red, Reikland Flesh Shade Wash. Yeah, Custodies are far too easy. The Ultramarines are pretty easy too, because you just base paint blue, and then you just run an edge highlight on everything. Like you just do your borders in white or gold or silver or red or whatever. Like you can identify them by like platoon or company type. So if you really want to get into the lore and be like, I have the 5th company, you can go online and you can see what color the shoulder pauldron trim would be for like 5th company, and just paint the shoulder pauldrons. So most of my Ultramarines that don't have hard printed Ultramarine iconography on them are going to get alcohol bathed and converted to Black Templar, because I have so many. Really? Well, I mean, if you want to go super detailed, nothing is easy regardless of whatever you pick. Like, you can make a Necron look like it's actually made out of metal if you really put the work into it. But it's really a question of the juice versus squeeze. Is the juice worth the squeeze? You know, most people are like, hey, it's cool just to paint Black Templar solid black and call it a day and put a few accents on it. So if you give me a second, I'll actually grab. Oh, edge highlights are really hard, but I think I misspoke there because I wasn't really meaning like edge highlight, but just like doing your boundary details, like the border, the white border that goes around it. That's really what I was trying to get at there. If you give me a second, I'll be right back. I'll grab some examples of what I mean by like high tier Black Templar painting versus like this is Black Templar, it's on the table. Come on, Grim. Move. Yeah, Fluffer. Let's go. Thank you. You big fluff ball. Thank you. All right, everybody. I'm sorry for being away for a minute. Went to grab some show and tell stuff. So here we go. I'm going to show you what I would consider low effort, mid effort, and then like somebody actually tried with this when it comes to Templars. And these are all mine, so I'm literally criticizing my own work. So don't think I'm trying to drag anybody under the bus. This is one of my low tier, like low effort types. Just did some border work. Didn't even edge highlight this guy. Just did some decals. It was quick, simple, to the point, right? Bless you, Grim. What are you getting into, huh? Let's see. Next is this guy. So this guy's kind of mid-tier. So this was one of my first attempts at trying to give a glint effect to a blade. Did some dry brushing on the cloak. Did some dry brushing and edge highlight on the armor. Let me try and get closer into the video for you. There you go. That's what I would consider one of my mid approach. Thank you very much, Red Viking. Thank you very much for joining. I'm glad I can finally start reading new comments that are coming in. So there's that, and then some of my my higher like effort stuff, like my blade captains and blade guard guys. Here's my first attempt at trying to do a chipped heated blade. This did not go as planned, but I am not giving up. I am going to continue trying. That was using chipping effects and airbrush. So the whole idea was to try and give it that appearance of like a red hot ingot with like scale coming off. Oh, 100%. Trying to get a Black Templar to look good on tabletop is really, really hard. So like, here's one of my mid-higher efforts. So you can see like I did the name. This one actually doesn't have any decals on it. There's no decals on. Or wait, I take that back. There's a decal on that shoulder. I stand corrected. My apologies. That one is a decal. But everything else on here is all freehand painted. Or no, sorry, there is one on the shin. I take that back again. Shin and shoulder have decals, but everything else is freehand. This one with the exception of the 2 decals on the shoulder, because that's a duplex. I did one on top of the other to try and add a bit of flavor, if you will. Everything else on here is painted freehand. So that one is probably one that I'm most proud of, because I actually put about a week into painting that one. But yeah, like, in all honesty, if you're just getting into it to play the game, this is more than reasonable for a tabletop piece. 100%. This is more than reasonable. Like, you put an effort into it, you tried to do it, and it's legible. You can see what it is. Like, this guy has decals and a little bit of border work, no edge highlighting. He's good enough for the table, you know? You know what he is. You know where he's coming from. You know he's Black Templar. So, yeah, 100%. Don't be afraid to ask questions when it comes to playing the game. Everybody in there wants to try and help people join the hobby as well and get into everything, because it's like they had to start somewhere too. And they started simply by asking questions. Don't be afraid to reach out and say, hey, I don't know what I'm doing. Because I still do that. I talk to people all the time. I'm like, hey, I have no clue how you did this. How did you do that? You know? Like, here's a Inner Circle guy from Dark Angels that I did. This guy's more than acceptable for a tabletop piece. Honestly, I probably wouldn't tabletop him, because I don't have enough Dark Angels to tabletop. So this is probably just going to hang out in my little collection. Hey! Aaron! Aaron is here. Hey, Grim. Hey, Fluff Monster. This one has commandeered the chair. This big guy. Hey, come on. Yeah, I already showed Grim. That is Grim. Oh, now he's off. He's running off. He's doing his own thing, but at least my chair's warm. So, but yeah, if you guys have any questions that you want to see in live stream regarding model painting or building something, by all means, reach out. I'm more than happy to help. If you're not on the Discord, please join the Discord. It's on the YouTube channel. It's absolutely free. You guys don't need to pay to play, pay to chat, none of that. It's 100% free to anybody to join. Oh, man. But, yeah, if you guys have any questions on some of the stuff I've been working on, some of the projects that I'm potentially going to be jumping in on, by all means, if you guys want to know where I want to try and take the channel, what got me into this whole thing, all that stuff, by all means, open book. I'm more than happy to chat with any of y'all. Don't be afraid to reach out and say, hey, I don't know about this, or hey, what's this thing? Hey, Amnesia, you remember how we were oil washing earlier? This guy's all dried up. Look at this. It's a nice matte finish. Not too shiny. Picks out the details real nice and easy. I'm telling you, oil washes are easy, dude. This is one of the easiest things you can do. Some mineral spirits and some oil paint in a can-do attitude. Grim, what are you digging into now? This is why I closed the door to begin with. But if only a few spots didn't get, yeah, 100%. Like, again, this was just supposed to be a proof of concept, just a, hey, it works. So, like, I still got to paint this thing. Like, this was just sort of like, I have something I can throw paint on that'll actually show it. And it's an easy win. So, here you go. If you want to see some more, quote, high effort stuff, Here's my first kit bash that I came up with. And I actually chucked into a painting competition. Posted a video about how I made this one to go with it. I still have one more I need to paint. I gotta build that one up. Heldrake? That would be cool. First I gotta find a Heldrake. We could do something like that. I was also kind of thinking, doing, maybe a Gundam build, or a warship model, or an aircraft model when we hit like 500. Because that's where YouTube really starts picking up, is at about 500 subscribers. We could celebrate 500 subscribers with like an aircraft model, and then I was thinking again, after that, if we manage to hit 1,000 subscribers, I could do something even bigger, like a warship, or maybe a 24-hour build sesh. So, but that's going to be something for the future. Because in all honesty, I don't know if we're going to hit 500 subs before the summer. I am optimistic, but I want to be pragmatic. I would say we might hit 500 subs by June. An SR-71? No, come on, that's an easy one. We got to do something harder than that. An SR-71 is hey, I'm going to take these like 7 or 8 pieces, make the fuselage, take it outside, spray paint it black, and then decal it up. I got to do something else. Got to find something a little more intricate. Oh, that is a good idea, Mortarion. I actually have a Chaos Demon coming in. CJ from the Discord channel. He actually works with me, and he's an awesome dude. Like, we've been exchanging bits and pieces of hobby equipment back and forth. He's the guy who gave me the pod. Well, he's got a Chaos model that he acquired from a family member, and he was like, "Dude, I don't paint Chaos, but I thought it would be a cool channel video." And I'm like, "That would be sick." He's like, "I'll just bring it in for you." So he's out at the moment. He's on some PTO, and so when he gets back in, I might be able to pick it up, and then we could do that as a live stream. How about that? But I think it's Warhammer Fantasy, not 40K. Even though, since it's a Chaos Demon, it should still be valid for 40K use. Sort of like how orcs are. You just put a rocket on the end of the bow and arrow, and suddenly it's 40K applicable. So, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. So, but yeah, if you're here in the live stream, please sound off, say hi, so I can say hi back, and I can announce your presence in the chat. I would very much appreciate getting to address all of you and say hi, hello, and identify who's here. No? Okay. All right, somebody's grumpy. Somebody's in a bad mood. Just remember, I know where you live. I'll send you a boatload of gummy worms and make you feel better. Nor do I claim to be. But, yeah, if you guys have any questions, please sound off. Let me know. Let me know what you want to know about, what you want to learn. But, hey, Jake, here you go. This is what I was thinking about doing for the quote, wing it section. And then I was going to try and paint this up like Minas Morgul. Actually make it look right instead of being all super bright. I just realized this is a reversible mount. This is kind of cool. I'll show you guys. Here, check this out. So, it's supposed to sit like this, but because the base is large enough, I can actually take it. And I can do that. So I can have him looking up like, yo, what's up? But I can also have him normal. Now now it would be sick if I could do this and have him like, yo, what do you mean? Oh. The dumb things I do. This is what happens when I rub my two brain cells together. Oh man. But yeah, Milwaukee, did you finally get in on the Discord? Oh yeah, the testing the layers. We're at the very tip. That was just me not paying attention with the glove when I was priming this. But in all honesty, it's quite smooth. And it has the fabric detail which I was going for. New to Discords, navigating. The second brain cell, yeah, no, it's always working. It's just distracted. There's a difference. So, but yeah, Milwaukee. What you want to do is, if you want to add friends, are you on the app or are you on the computer? If you're on the app, you should see a friend icon, like a add friend up top. And you should be able to add that way. Yep, I'm figuring the computer should be easier. Yeah, it kind of is. All right. I'm going to do something stupid here. Contrasts are revisiting. We're going to contrast paint this Witch King of Angmar and see if it actually works out. I've got a feeling it's going to be way too bright. But so here's the idea, right? Here's the concept. We're going to Black Templar wash this entire thing. And then I'm going to come back over the top with like snakebite leather or some other contrast brown, probably wildwood, to try and give it a sort of colored effect on the threads for the robe, so that then it'll look like he's actually dirty and all worn and torn. And then I'll go back and hit the pauldrons with black straight through the airbrush, and then the crown as well, and hit it with steel and then rust it up. What do you guys think? Sound like a good idea, or do you think I'm about to find out if this is going to be the dumbest idea I've come up with? All right, let's see what happens then. Sounds like Milwaukee's on it. And sounds like Amnesia's on it too. Let's see what happens. All right. So far, so good. But I have a feeling this is going to go sideways fast. All right. Yeah, all the texture for the thread, I have to actually like feed it in to the threads. This is weird. Okay. Here we go. But it is turning out pretty good, if I'm being honest. It's reading like actual threads. That's something I think I need to get really familiar with. Stripping the paint. Ah, yes. So, stripping paint. If you're using an acrylic, like a water-based acrylic like Citadel's or Vallejo, 100% use alcohol. Use isopropyl alcohol. That stuff will strip it and it won't destroy your Mini. If you use an enamel, you're just gonna have to put another coat on top. Same thing goes for a lacquer, because if you're painting on plastic, that plastic will melt as soon as you put lacquer thinner or enamel thinner on it. It'll just start breaking down, and you'll be left with a big old goo of nothing. Just a big mess. What do we think so far? How's that looking, huh? Worst comes to worst, you can always print a new one. Well, yeah. Well, no, for 3D print stuff, you can actually clean it with acetone. I recently discovered that you can use acetone to strip and clean resin. I'm really blown away by that discovery. I was not the person who found out. I simply read about it, and people were saying they had a fantastic result when trying to post-production or post-print clean 3D prints. And I told myself I need to save that in the bank of rainy day ideas when I have a surplus of resin. Nothing better to do than just torture test stuff. So now you can see I'm not being too committed to the accuracy of where the brush goes, because in all honesty, about 95% of this model would have been based in black if I were really trying to make this extra. Ow, Grim, that's my leg. Ow, dude, ow, no, ow, stop, man. Stop trying to amputate my thigh. I know you want attention. Hey, yes, 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 yes. Hi, hi. Yes, I'll give you the pets. Ow, will you let go of my thigh now? Please, I'm happy to see you. You know what? I'll pull this chair out. Hop in this chair. Yeah, that one, behind you. Release my thigh. No, you're not hopping up onto my leg. No, we can't do that. Not with this paint open. Come on, Grim. Yes, get on the chair. Yes. There you go. His two brain cells finally started working together. But yeah. Let's see. Yeah, acetone is fantastic. Especially for cleaning car parts. As long as it's not painted car parts. Let's see. Yeah, but I'm really digging how this is turning out. I'm halfway tempted to get the space heater out to try and push this to try faster. I just don't want to drown you guys out because that thing is loud. But it's this stuff's coming along quite nicely. I'll probably come back and touch up the eyes with some airbrush. But I will certainly be hitting the mask and the shoulders with the airbrush. Plexiglass? Acetone and plexiglass? I thought polycarbonate didn't handle acetone very well. I always thought polycarb would start melting. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Hello, recent viewers and recent joiners. Hello. Thank you for joining us today. If you have the means, say hello and feel free to join us in the conversation. We're just hanging out. I'm just painting up the Witch King of Angmar because I got nothing better to do. If you are a subscriber of the channel, thank you very much. If you're not a subscriber of the channel, please consider dropping a subscription for the channel. I'm predominantly doing model building and Warhammer painting. So if you have an interest in that sort of stuff, hit a subscription. If you like just watching people mess up a paint job and seeing memes along the way, my channel is definitely there for you. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button as well. Let's see here. Now, this is the tricky part, trying to connect to the already dry paint when you're working with contrast and feather it in. Because if you go back over it, you run the risk of actually darkening it in those spots. And then you start running into this coffee stain effect where the paint is darker in some spots than others. All right, see you in a minute, Milwaukee. See you in a minute. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just trying to take my time putting this paint on, but not take so much time that I'm constantly chasing a splotching or calico effect from the colors. So now that I've already painted the other shoulder, I need to actually grab the shoulder pauldron. Now, trying to get up here. And in between the pauldron and its actual shoulder, right by the trap. There we go. So there's that. If you're just now joining us, feel free to sound off in the chat so we can welcome you. And if you're not subscribed to the channel, how about considering a subscription? You get to watch me mess up a boatload of simple tasks when building and painting a model, but in the end, it actually looks like a decent piece. Current project at the moment is a 1/35th scale German King Tiger. It's currently on part 4 of Whenever I'm Done. What did I base this with? If you give me a minute, I'm gonna have to get the paint, but this is effective. If I remember correctly, it's Army Painter. The cans are a little bit larger than Citadel's spray base coat primer mix. It's definitely cheaper than their spray primer base coat mix. Like, I think I spent $12, $13 on this can. Whereas the Games Workshop stuff was like 25. So right now, you can see I'm not too terribly worried about the opacity of the paint that I'm putting on the mask, because I'm going to come back onto this in a minute with an airbrush. And I'll be able to chase out the details better and flush out the opacity with the airbrush. And then I can go ahead and airbrush the metal. And then we can age and weather and do everything I want with this to really sell the, hey, this guy's old as hell sort of deal here. So yeah, I'm not too terribly worried about getting perfect coverage. Because once this dries up, I'm hitting it with an airbrush, and we're going to get this really, really nicely done. And set up a good base coat for our metal to go on. Now for this contrast paint, I'm using one of my super cheap, ratty, beat up synthetic brushes. Yeah, kind of like a primer. So it's a 2-in-1 primer, and now when you're painting on a 3D print, your base coat needs to be an acrylic. So like Rust-Oleum won't set up right. You need to use Citadel or Army Painter, because if not, it'll be tacky for months. So there's that. Now I'm going to fill in those sides there. Oh man, this crown is very, very sharp. I mean, it looks scary as hell, but the combat effectiveness, you're going to be catching every blade that passes by your head. Get your neck broken just because the force of the sword coming past. Like, I mean, yeah, it's scary. Ooh, really scary. But I get a blade in there and I yank, and suddenly your head's making a move that it wasn't expecting, and it G-loads. Yeah, for the primer, use Citadel or Army Painter's spray cans when working on 3D print, especially resins. Especially on resins. Save yourself the headache and the nightmare that I had to go through. Alright, I'm going to just touch this up some more. Try and feather it out so it's not too blotchy. No, pure white. This was just pure white. This is like ice white. So for Vallejo, its equivalent would be cool white, cold white. For those of you learning Spanish, it's Frio Blanco. Yeah, I tried saying Blanco and Spanish at the same time. That was really bad. I apologize in advance. Oh, Blanco Frio. Yep. My apologies. Milwaukee is my Spanish vocabulary expert. Whenever I need help with Spanish, I go to him and say, hey, being a tonto, help me out. right, let's see. Dzień dobry. Dziękuję. I know like 10 words in Polish. I was only there for a brief period of time. I appreciate that. Yeah, I enjoy linguistics. So like I speak a decent bit of German. I can find my way around. Which word? Which word? I may already know it. You can use it to express. Kurwa. Kurwa. Oh, yeah. Every word can be summarized with kurwa. See? Yeah. Yep. You screwed up and ran over the neighbor's dog. Kurwa. You just won the lottery. Kurwa. You just got picked for the draft. Kurwa. It's the miracle word. At this point, it is turning into the English language equivalent of bruh. So, I'm gonna let this dry for a minute. This looks really horrendous right now. Looking at this thing, it looks horrible, especially with all the white from the metal. But I'm gonna show you guys some stuff that I like to use when I'm airbrushing. So I know you guys have seen it quite often in the videos. I use Blu Tack, and that stuff is very useful, but to a degree. Now, the reason why I say to a degree is it's a little too tacky sometimes, and it'll rip paint off, as I'm sure you've seen in some videos. Masking tape tends to do the same. Tends to rip some of that paint off. You'll see that in the drop pod video when I finally publish that. That's one of those back burner things. Carajo, yeah. So this stuff is cool. It's pretty much silly putty. It really is. So it's like a non-Newtonian fluid. So like it's really hard to push into, it's hard to pull, but it'll actually let you mold and shape, and it'll stick to your project, but it won't pull any of the paint off. It's fantastic stuff. And if you accidentally leave it on the model, don't worry, it'll be on the desk by the morning because it fell off the model. But you can take it, mold it. It's pliable. It's really cool stuff. And oh, I just got slapped with it too. It's kind of stretchy. If you give it a good quick snap pull, it'll actually crack and make a straight line break like that. You want to look for AK camouflage plastic putty for airbrush. Yeah, getting it out of the can is really hard. But it's fantastic stuff. So you can take it and like you can pull little bits out and you can put it in the eyes. Like what I can do is I'm still waiting for this to dry, but I can literally shove it into the recesses here and it'll protect all of it. And it does flow. It does have a slow flow rate though. It's sort of like molasses in January. But it's pliable, it's malleable, and you can break it off into big chunks, you can break it off into small chunks. So like for example, this guy this has chipping fluid on it. So if I drag my finger across it, it should chip some of the paint off. I can take this, put it directly on it. It doesn't do anything to the paint. It protects it. It does what it needs to do. You can literally cover up everything you need to protect, and it'll be fine. You can also work it in to the recesses. It'll let you roll it out like a noodle. Yeah, most hobby shops have it. No, the moment of silence was me trying to see if I could hear the pop in the video playback because I put it on the blade and it went as I came off the blade. Let's see if I can get it to do it again. Hopefully you catch it. So, but I couldn't really hear it on my side, and I don't want to have the microphonic feedback going back and forth between the tablet and recording device. Yeah, but this stuff's fantastic. I love using it. You can use it on 3D prints. You can use it on pretty much anything. So, like, in all honesty, I also contemplated painting up this Titus bust for today too, that I printed up. So this was one of the first prints that I did on my new Saturn IV, and this was one of the ones that I actually got to print well. Now you can see there's a lot of layer lines because I was still playing with this. So like right there, it's got a massive, massive ring going round and round and round and round. Usually I like printing at a far smaller layer height. I like printing at like 0.03, sometimes as low as 0.02, and it's just like you're gonna wait a week for it to come off the printer, but holy crap, is it smooth? But I'm still toying around with the Saturn IV Ultra, trying to get the feel for it and like print speeds, and you know, if it's feeding too fast, it can cause issues. If it's feeding too slow, it can cause issues. I'll see you. You have a good one. Hit me up later. Let me know when you get that package that I sent your way. All right. Keep me posted on that. I'm thinking it'll be there tomorrow or Monday, and I'm hoping and praying it gets to you in time, because it should have been there. Should have been there earlier. It should have been there yesterday. But I'll talk to the post office, see what they can do. I mean, they won't be able to speed it up, but we can see if something can be done. All right. If you're watching and you haven't said anything yet, please, by all means, feel free to say hi. It's welcome space here. You can say hello, you can say blah, you can go blah, 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 blah. You know, you could be really bougie and say greetings or salutations. I mean, you don't really need to, but it would be nice to at least be able to address you and say hi and thank you for joining. So, let's see. This stuff's pretty much dry now. There's a few spots that I want to touch up real quick before I get in here. All right. We're going to start packing this with putty. All right. So, here you go, Milwaukee. We'll go through the motions on this one. So you're going to take it, you can take a toothpick. All right. There we go. You can take a toothpick and actually pack this up into the crevices and recesses so that then it really gets nice and close. So you get as good a coverage as you want. You don't have to worry about having missed spots when you go to airbrush. And you just work this into the corners and the crevices to make sure you have a clean, top coat. So right now I'm just rolling this out a little bit, sort of like rolling out dough. You know, just sort of spread this out and in. And then what's kind of cool is when you're all done, you get a bit of an imprint. You get a negative imprint of what you put this on. So you just work this around the edges and fit this all in like so. Yeah, it's getting a little thin back here, so I need to drag some more of this over. Come on, roll over, roll over, roll over. There we go. Yeah, it's peeling up and away again. Oh, I'm gonna be so mean here in a minute, because Grim is now asleep on the chair next to me. Every time I touch my airbrush, he takes off like the devil is chasing him. So we're about to have a field day here. And I get to watch a 16-pound cat move at Mach Jesus through the house. And that's not what I wanted. Get back down there. You see what I mean? It released and it didn't cause, or well, no, you didn't get to see. Does it need to be warm? I would recommend giving it a bit of like a massage. Think of just like playing with it with putty for a minute. If you can get it a little warm, it's much easier to work with. If it's really cold, it's going to be rock hard. But you don't need to put a boatload of heat into it. I don't know what would happen if you get it too hot. I don't know if it would fall out of suspension. I don't know if it would deteriorate or completely fail as a putty at that point and just turn into like a syrup. I don't know. But I would just say just mess around with it for a minute. Play with it like Play-Doh for a couple seconds. Get a little bit of heat into it, and you should be right as rain. I wouldn't go too heavy. Let's see. So there's that. We're gonna put this in here now. But one thing I do like is it wants to stick to itself very quickly. It's not like, hey, I gotta work with it to get it to re-bond or reattach. It's pretty much instant. It's like, oh, hey, I know this stuff. It's me. I want to hang out with that. And so it does that. So now that that's filled in, I can work my way around the neck. See? Comes out as a big puck. Alright. There's that. Now I got some more stuff. Ooh. I missed a spot in the left neck. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to roll it out, try and make a bit of a noodle here. And then I'm going to run it down the side, like so, right? Unfortunately, with the airbrush, it's accurate enough that I can come in and I can airbrush right up into the edge. So I can get as close as I want and get that paint to sit. It's one thing I like about that Tamiya airbrush. Yeah, it was not a cheap airbrush, but because of its nozzle size, it really allows me to sneak up on the thing I'm working on and get as close as I want with the surface. I don't have to worry about overspray too much. That's why you don't see me spraying too often in a airbrush capture box. Because usually what happens is the paint's dry within 5-6 inches. Like, I get a little bit of powdery coverage, like this little toolbox back here. The overspray's already dried by the time it gets that far, so I'm not worried about overspray or contamination or accidentally painting something that I don't want to paint. Because if I accidentally paint something I don't want to paint, I'm being an idiot and should have known better long before I went to attempt, because the airbrush would have to be in close proximity to whatever it is that I did not mean to paint. Now, what's really handy about this putty when it comes to airbrushing is when I go to paint the metal on this, that's really when I'd be using this to its quote full potential. So we're gonna come in on this side now. Again, gonna make the noodles. Now, there's other ways to roll this out. You don't need to use your bare hands. Your bare hands will keep the consistency from being, well, consistent. But if you get 2 small sheets of glass and rub this together between them, it'll help level it out. I actually use that stuff for when I want to do a weld bead or a weld line with modeling putty. I'll roll it between 2 sheets of glass, and that helps to keep the line uniform and makes it easier to work with in the end, because I'm not having to try and stuff it into spaces that just are too small. I can just neck it down in the glass before it goes on the model. So, howdy, welcome to the live stream. If you're able to, please say hi, so I can make a call out and say thank you very much for joining and address you. If you have Discord, I have a Discord server for the channel. It is on the channel page. You are more than welcome to join. It is free for everyone. And it's not just it's periodically free. No, it is free 365. You don't have to worry. So, join whenever. There's many people like me in the server. There's a few other YouTube creators in the server as well who do similar projects and products and stuff like that. You're joining me today as I am winging it. And this is in celebration of hitting 100 subscribers before New Year's. And I truly appreciate you joining us today. If you choose not to sound off, that's totally fine. If you'd like to subscribe to the channel, please do. You'll be helping me out in the long run, and you'll make things like this far more likely and possible for the channel, because I would love to be able to do more live streams and whatnot. I'd love to try and hear some of your feedback. If there's something you like that I'm doing, if there's something I do that you don't like, if there's something you want to see me do, by all means, drop a like, a comment, a subscribe. Let me know what you think. I appreciate the feedback. Just, if it's going to be negative feedback, make sure it's constructive negative feedback. Some constructive criticism is always welcome. So right now you're seeing me try and mold in some masking putty for this helmet. What's my vision? Just kind of doing what I'm doing now. I may start doing some like craft tool and hobby tool reviews, comments, stuff like that. If you're talking like subscriber count, the moon's the limit, my friend. I will take what I can get. If somebody wants to subscribe, they can subscribe. If they choose not to, that's totally fine. No hard feelings. Different strokes for different folks. I get that. I respect that. Some people don't have any interest whatsoever in arts and crafts and hobbies and stuff like that. And I respect that. People have interests in things that I don't have interests in. And that's just who we are. Um, I have been considering, when the subscriber count gets high enough, maybe getting a P.O. box. So that then if you guys want to send stuff in and contribute to the channel in that way, you're more than welcome to. I'm not trying to make it seem like it's greed. I just want to be able to say that, hey, if somebody sent me something, it would make it easier for me to find something they want me to build. Because, for example, the Tacom King Tiger, there's 6 different versions of that model because there's revisions made every couple of years. Somebody could say, hey, I want you to make a Tacom King Tiger, and I'd be like, okay, cool. They send me the King Tiger. But I may not have the same King Tiger they have. There's 50 to 100 different model manufacturing companies, and everybody has a different approach to how they want to do stuff. So like Tamiya is the gold standard when it comes to any scale models. They're fantastic, but there's a lot left on the table. So that 1350 Yamato I put in my model building a rant video, that was their base Yamato, like $85 model kit that I went out and bought an upgrade kit for, a photo etch set, a wood deck, lathe spun brass barrels. I know that sounds really expensive and bougie, but it wasn't. Like you can get a boatload of stuff at just about any price point. It's just how much do you want to pay? How accurate do you want it to be at the end of the day? If you're just like, I want it to look like a battleship, by all means, the $80 base model is totally fine. Like, it's entirely up to the the customer, or for example, beauty is in the eye of the beer holder. It just depends on how many beers you had that day. It's entirely based on reception and one's interpretation of what they're seeing. I know people who have seen my work and said, okay, you play with toys. And it's like, well, at the surface level, yes, but anything deeper than the surface, I'm definitely not playing with toys. Like, everybody has a hobby, and if they don't have a hobby, that's a concern. There's definitely a hobby for everyone, but not everyone agrees on the same hobbies. That's fine. Some people like video gaming. Some people are into music. And I get that. I respect that. I'm into music. I play guitar. I got a pretty decent looking guitar collection, but that's just because somebody left me unsupervised with my bank information. So I did my thing. But yeah. Dang, I need to reposition this so you can actually see what I'm doing. There we go. Is that better, guys? Is it better angle? Trying to make sure you guys can actually see what's going on instead of seeing the back of my hand and going, wow, this guy's really hairy. So, but yeah, if you got any more questions, please jump in. But I think I'll continue on that what vision do I have for the channel idea a bit more while I'm waiting for someone else to pop in. Like, the vision for the channel is just to share my ideas, share some of my hobbies with y'all, and try and help some people who are new to the hobby, who want to try and learn something, and they're like, I don't know where I'm going. And I've seen some channels that are fantastic sources of information, but it's one of those like layman's terms, you know? Um you run into the issue of I have a metallic craft that defies the laws of gravity and is able to contribute to transportation. I just described an airplane, but to a layman, they don't understand that. But if you say airplane, they know what an airplane is. You know what I mean? And I'd like to try and find that middle ground where I can give that level of information, but make it understandable to the common guy who's just getting into the hobby. You know? Like it's something that I want to try and make more accessible to those who want to get into the hobby. Like I know there's an entry price point. There's a pay to play problem here in this hobby space. It used to be cheap and affordable to be a model builder, but the issues being inflation, people wanting more and more and more and more and more detail, of course you're going to start paying more, you know? It's the difference between buying a simple pair of like knockoff Chuck Converses or going out and buying Air Force Ones. Like, you're going to find so many things. Yeah, I thought about doing some gaming too. I've thought about that. I just need to figure out how I want to do that because that's definitely on my list of things I'd like to do. I would love to be able to jump in on the server with you guys. We could do Hell Let Loose or War Thunder or Space Marine 2, even though Space Marine 2 has kind of lost its appeal in my regard. I'm not a huge fan of Space Marine 2. I got it because a couple of my friends were really interested in it, and I said, "Yeah, I'll do that." But yeah, buying secondhand models, 100%. Check it out. Model shows, those actually exist. There are shows where people will go and take model kits and they will sell them. I bought model kits from a guy who went to a model show to buy more model kits. And I could see the original prices that he got the model kits for at the model show. Now, compared to, quote, storefront prices, I got a hell of a deal. But the model shop or model show price that this guy paid for them, oh man, he made some money off of me. Because I got a kit that had Sharpied price tags of like $20 scrubbed out on them. And he sold it to me for like 65, 75 bucks. I mean, yeah, he's got to make a living. I can't blame him for that. And in the end, I got a good deal because the original model kit was like 115 to 120. So I got it half off sticker, but I paid more than what he did at the model show. So you got to know where to look, you know? Like you gotta know where to look, you gotta know when to buy. Um Hobby Lobby is kind of hit or miss when it comes to a good chunk of their model kits. Like, yes, they have plenty of good starter kits, but they are not your detailed kits. You know what I mean? They're not like, hey, I'm gonna go build this and I want it so accurate that I could throw it into a 3D CAD machine and then model a very realistic game character. You know what I mean? Like the Revell F14. I have built so many of it in my like teenage years that I can tell you I do not like the way it fits together. But some of the decals that come with that kit are quite decent. Yeah, they're thick as hell, but sometimes they're the only ones you can find without ordering a specialty kit of decals. And when Hobby Lobby has their once a month 40% off sale on any department, flipping it's a no-brainer. I'm gonna go there and buy the Revel model kit for like 15 bucks. when it's usually 28, 35, whatever. I'm gonna take that 40% off coupon. I'm gonna take advantage of it. Their Gundam model kit selection, I would 100% say if you're gonna jump on them on the 40% off, because there are some in there that are worth a lot for a model kit. Like I saw one in there that I saw overseas in Korea at a Gundam base, which is like the, I want to say it's Hasbro. Um at or no, Bandai. It's Bandai's storefront. And usually it's like 250 bucks, 300 bucks. I saw it at Hobby Lobby for 75. Best believe I ran in there, ran to the front of the store and said, "Take my money now." And then you get the 40% off on top of that, and it's fantastic. But there you also find some of the kits that like you would find at the Bandai store that were like $25 at Bandai. But Hobby Lobby wants 65, and it's like, I'll wait until the 40% off coupon, and then I don't feel like I'm getting drugged through the mud for a Gundam model, you know? So it's all about knowing what you want and when to get it. That's what I would recommend. Keep an eye on YouTube, or not YouTube, but eBay. eBay has plenty of model kits for sale. A lot of model kit vendors on eBay will do batch sales. I actually picked up a model kit for my birthday last year as a project. It was a reclamation project, if you will, because to be honest, the previous owner did not do a good job on the hull, and it was quite bad. But I didn't want to commit a lot of money to this one kit by buying it new, so I bought it used at less than half sticker. And fortunately, Tamiya's customer service is fantastic. So I called them up and I said, "Hey, I need these parts and those parts and whatnot." And they ran a an estimate for all the parts that I would need to complete the kit by means of replacing the damaged bits, and it actually came out to a little bit under sticker price. Now it's kind of nice to have these extra bits that are damaged. So let's say if I wanted to make the model look damaged, I could find a way to incorporate the model kit damage into the diorama, you know? That would be a way to take advantage of it. Like if you want to do a burnt out tank, right? Unless it's a very specific burnt out tank, you can take something like this. So like this is a model kit I threw together when I was 12. This thing is absolutely wrecked. It is effectively junk, but you know what junk does? Turns into a damn good battle damage diorama. Because you can take it, you can burn it, you can wreck it, you can do whatever you want. You can mess it up, and you'd be like, well, it was already messed up from the jump. You don't have to worry. You don't feel bad about spending $150, $200 on a really high-end model kit just to immediately take a hammer to it and break it for a diorama. You know? You got to find that happy place. I appreciate that. Yeah, the battle damage, I really enjoyed doing that. That was something that I've been wanting to share for a while, because I've had some people ask before how I did some battle damage on some of their commission pieces that they had me paint. And I was like, this is how I do it. I heat up something, get it really piping hot, and then I bury it in the plastic, and it creates those tears. He's like, what? And I'm like, yeah, that's it. That's all it is. And it's really easy to replicate quote plasma cuts, plasma burns, just by taking a flat piece of metal and burying it in the plastic and then dragging it out. For gunshot simulation like pockmarks, what I like to do is I'll use a pin vise, a little hand spun drill, and I will actually drill out a small little hole, and then I'll take a hobby knife or craft knife, X-Acto blade, whatever you want to call it, and I'll spin it in that little hole to create chipping, so that then it chips out like an actual bullet impact. So there's that shoulder. And then I got to work on this shoulder. Now, what kind of sucks is, since I'm going to be painting in black, you guys aren't really going to see how this putty rejects the black paint. But you're just going to have to trust me. It's not going to hurt the putty at all. So, but, yeah. Hey, Milwaukee, are you PC gaming anymore? Are you on console or just too busy? Let's see. We're going to feed this in here. Stretch it out. There we go. Factorio? Yeah, but are you on console or PC? So you can see I'm going around pretty wide here. I also have a lot of putty to try and take up the slack. Mostly PC. Hell yeah. Flippin', once you get Discord all set up and you're on the server, we could try and jump on some PC games. And everybody else who's in the chat, by all means, check out the Discord server. It's posted on the YouTube channel, the homepage of the channel. It's free. I'm not asking for anybody to throw any money to gain access to the Discord server. I want the server to be available for those of you who find an interest in this and want to try and just hang out, chat, play video games, share some common interests. Maybe pick the brains of some of the other creators that are in there too, because there's other creators who build stuff and paint stuff. And I would really appreciate it if you guys want to join. And if you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing. I truly appreciate it. I post new videos. Currently, my schedule is one video a week, usually at 2 p.m. Eastern Time on Fridays. And I would really appreciate it if you guys would subscribe. Yeah, Helldivers kind of went meh. Yeah, I've played Helldivers with full squads from Discord before, and it wasn't terrible. It's just it's kind of like, okay, I'll play it for about 3 or 4 days. You know what I mean? Like it's sort of like you get a whole cake, your favorite cake whatsoever, right? And you're eating the cake every day of the week. And by Friday, you want to eat literally anything but that cake. And that's kind of how Helldivers kind of turned out for me. I'll play it for a couple days, and I'll quote overindulge on Helldivers. And then it's just like, okay, I'm good for 6 months, or I'm good for a year, and then come back to it, and it's like, what happened? And like, I appreciate the game. I do. Like, it's a great game. I feel like they did a great job with it. It's just sometimes eating cheese all the time kind of gets a little boring. And I know I can just change out my game and go play something else, but in all honesty, Helldivers is just turned into one of those occasional games for me at this point. So, yeah. So, like, what's funny is there are a few games that I can actually streak. So, like, Hell Let Loose, it's crazy. I'll play like 1 or 2 rounds, and the first round is me like figuring out how I want to play the game. It gives me an idea of like the tempo of everybody else playing that day, and then after that, I just go straight into full send. And you can even ask Aaron, Hip Dragon on the server. He'll be playing with me, and he's like, yeah, the first game, I wind up getting like 2, 3 hits. And then the next game after that, I'm running with like 20, 30, 40. Oh, yeah, that's Hip Dragon, 100%. He loves playing armor. I just can't. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not a bad way to do it. They did a very good job of modeling armored warfare. They did a really good job on how to play the crew. It's just, it's it's that issue of taking an analog application and trying to make it digital, and it just kind of takes it away. Yes, having a coordinated tank crew is fantastic, but a lot of the time it's the commander yelling something, the gunner trying to figure out where he's at, somebody screaming that his ping is too high, and then another person just along for the ride. And that's generally what I've noticed for tank crews, which is why I tend to stay out of them. Yeah, I play or what, the game squad, or are you talking about Hell Let Loose squads? Like squad leader. Generally I stay out of the squad leader role. Simply because I don't like having to micromanage people on that. Oh, Squad, the game. No, I don't think I have the game Squad. I will definitely have to check that one out. Alright, guys, time to airbrush this thing. And I will not take the goo off, because immediately after putting the black paint on, I'm doing the metallics. Grim, hey buddy, I'm going to scare you in a minute. I wanted to give you fair warning to wake up. Yeah, it's going to be loud in a minute, alright? He's giving me this look of, why the hell did you wake me up? I had the best catnip dreams ever. Oh, okay, so it's Hell Let Loose but modern. Okay, yeah, that might actually be pretty good. I think that would be kind of cool. Alright, so going to base this in black. And then for metallics, when I'm trying to do some really dark stuff, I love using this Vallejo acrylic metal colors. So they've got silver, aluminum, dark aluminum, and then this steel. So what I like to do is I like to base in black for just about any time I'm applying a metallic. Yeah, that would be awesome. Yeah, send me that. I'd love to see it. I'm sorry, Grim, and I'm sorry to everybody on the chat. It's going to be a little loud for a second as I run the airbrush. So I apologize in advance. And the cat just ran. But if you guys can hear me, you can see with this airbrush, I still have the control over the feed rate. So I can do the super fine ghosting, or I can go full send solid opaque all the way through, which is why I like this one, but it takes out the air feed question. I'm not having to juggle between air feed and paint feed. I only have to worry about the paint feed, which is why I like this one. It makes it easy for my monkey brain to understand. And I'm out of paint. Give me a minute. So there's that. Now he's all painted up in black the way I need. Now I'm gonna go ahead and clean this up. And that's where this comes in handy, right? So what you can do is take the airbrush and just put it in and you spray. You'll start seeing a few fumes coming out the top. And so what this does is it just captures all your paint you have in there. It keeps from making a mess. And since this is a water-based acrylic, I can just mix it in with a bit of water to help clean this up. And should clean up nice, quick, and easy. Yeah, for Hell Let Loose, I immediately break off from the squad, no matter which squad I'm in, and I immediately start going for backline disruption. And I'm usually taking out arty emplacements just because that's how I play. I'm like, yep, I'm doing the thing the recon team is supposed to be doing because the recon team won't do it. So, alright, here we go. Now that the black paint has set up, we're going to go ahead and start putting on this Vallejo metal color steel. Yeah, I think it's just the 3 of us now. Because all I see is 3 people active. So I'll tell you what, boys. What I'll probably do is I'll probably finish painting up this bust. And then I'll probably call it a night, and then I might jump on to Discord so that then we can all chat there, unless we start getting more people in here. Well, hi, everybody. We just got more people coming in. Say hello, say hello. Welcome to the channel. I do apologize about the ambient background noise. It is a little loud. I'm working with an airbrush at the moment. If you're not subscribed to the channel, please consider subscribing. I'm constantly working on model kits and Warhammer stuff. So here you go. This is where having an airbrush really pays off. Check out the metallic, how this turns out. Really allows for a uniform coat and gives me the ability to make it look like metal and not be all brush streaky and whatnot. You see what I mean? And then we'll go up here. You see what I mean? Gets all nice, level, metallic. And get the results you really want. So there's our metallics done, right? Just gonna go back around the top of the crown. Make sure that I've got it all the way I want. I'm gonna let that sit for a minute. And then I'm gonna go ahead and peel this putty off. And we can take a look at how it looks after the fact. Where'd my water go? There we go. Again, another water-based acrylic, so I can use the water to clean up the airbrush, push this stuff through. Hey, Zeph, what's up, man? Holy crap, Zeph finally shows up. I'm surprised you're on this late. It's what, 11 o'clock there? Yeah, of course I'm streaming. I made an announcement about this like a month ago. Where were you? Yep. Called it. Called you out. Alright, here we go. Let's see. So, this putty, right? This is why I really like it. I can just quickly come in here, start picking up some of this stuff, and all of this just comes right off. Just like this. Some of the best stuff I've ever used. See? And there's that. And the top of the head. Ta frickin' da. See how easy that was? No mess. It's nice. It's easy. Just boom. No muss, no fuss, no coconuts. Comes together nice and easy. Now I still have to get this piece out because I missed it. And I was like, wait a minute. Why is the mouth all silver? I covered the mouth. But see? Ta-da. There's the Witch King of Angmar. 90% complete. You know what we're going to do next? We're going to hit him with some rust effects and some oil. Just because. Right? So what am I going to be using? I'm going to be using this on top of the oil wash we made earlier today, right? So we're going to take the oil wash. Yes, Grim. I'm happy to see you again. Grim has finally realized the airbrush is off and he wants to hang out again. So, let's see. Where is the brush? There we go. The mess? The mess for the stuff? The stuff? It's not messy at all. Like, it sticks to itself. I mean, yeah, so, Milwaukee's talking about when I went to pull it, it stretches, right? And then, it slapped me the first time I tried pulling it apart, because, that's just how it is. He's a mean putty. It's not silly putty, it's mean putty. But, yeah. comes in a tin, gets the job done. So here we go. Let's go ahead and oil this guy up, right? You can see this just goes on nice and easy, and it runs. And it's allowing me to keep the high points of the armor bright, which is what I want, because I want it to be grungy. I want this to be all grungy looking. Quick and easy fix, right? And it's picking out all the sub-layer details, right, that I wanted from the jump. So it's picking out all those pockmarks, all the rust and pitting marks. That's all the stuff I want it to pick out. And so it does 99% of the job for me. Painting with this stuff is just knowing what you want it to do. And then it looks great on the fabric too, because it helps give that dirty, grimy, like this thing's old as hell kind of color. Because we got that green and a little bit of brown mixed with the black. You see how it's bringing out some of those higher threads, but it's bringing them out in that, like, hey, this guy's been low crawling through a marsh for 1,000 years kind of look. That's exactly what I'm going for. And it'll also accentuate these tear outs, these holes that are bored into this fabric. Now, mind you, this isn't fabric. This is 3D printed, right? This whole thing is solid, but it's helping to simulate that fabric appearance. If you get yourself a resin printer, you can really get this color scheme. Now, this isn't a sales pitch by any stretch of the imagination. I don't work for any of those groups. I'm not exactly comfortable disclosing who I work for at the moment, but yeah, let's just say Uncle Sam pays the bills around here. So I just enjoy building stuff. And when it comes to this helmet here, it really, see, I don't know how well that's being picked up by the camera. You see all those pockmarks? That's what I want. I want this thing to look like he's old. He's wearing armor that's thousands of years old and all torn up. I have 2 resin printers, actually. I just recently got my second one. A buddy of mine hooked me up. He was like, hey, you want one? And I'm like, yes, I do. I already have one, but I'd love a second. It would love friends and company. He's like, here you go. I was like, thank you very much. So I have a Saturn 3 and I have a Saturn 4 Ultra. If you want to get into resin printing, I will tell you right now, start with the Saturn 3 if you're going to get a Saturn printer. The Saturn 3 was the easiest one for me to learn on. It is also one of the most forgiving. The Saturn 4 Ultra has a learning curve. I know if I had no experience in resin printing whatsoever and immediately jumped into the Saturn 4 Ultra, I would feel like I was screwing up. Because I was screwing up, but I would feel like I wouldn't have been able to figure it out because I was screwing up that badly. But fortunately, having some experience already with the Saturn 3 helped me understand how to troubleshoot the Saturn 4. The big issue for me was the whole tilt function and feature, where it speeds up the process quite a bit. If you want a fast resin printer, the Saturn 4 Ultra. But you have to redo your supports and your suspension on it because it will not play ball the same way as a typical like Saturn 3 because it has a tilt feature, and that tilt feature requires stronger supports to hold your stuff. So yeah, this is a 3D print. It's one of several that I've printed. I'm going to go ahead and mount this guy on the base here so I have a handle to pass around on so we can all admire the oily, grimy goodness. What do we think, huh? What do we think? I think it passes the sniff test. What do you guys think? I still need to work on the crown a little bit because there's a few bright spots that shouldn't be bright. But I'm thinking this bust is a win. So I'm going to come back in and I'm just going to drag some of the excess oil off of this guy. Some of the super heavy stuff, like you see right here where it's super pooling, I don't want it to super pool like that. So I'm going to drag this down just a little bit so it looks a little more passable, more authentic and realistic, instead of, hey, I just dunked this guy in a gallon of used motor oil and this is what it is, you know? But yeah, even the back, look at this. Look at the grimy color. I'm loving this. No, so for the base, I'm actually going to do the Minas Morgul. Where the, like in the movie, when Frodo and Sam and Smeagol all get up to it, where it's all like green, like a sickly green, and then fades into white, or like a sickly pale green white on the edges. That's what I'm going for that. I want to try and make it look like it did in the movie, just as they got there and the beam of light goes ripping into the sky. So, like, that's what this is, actually. This is supposed to be Minas Morgul. This is supposed to be the Tower of Minas Morgul. So, that's what I'm going for with it. But, yeah. That's the plan. But, yeah, if you haven't subscribed already, please feel free to subscribe. I do stuff like this all the time. This is my first live stream, to be 100% honest. And I'd like to try and do one a little more often. Maybe once a quarter would be cool. I'd like to do something like this. Or what? You haven't subscribed? What? How have you not subscribed already? How? You and I have known each other for what, like 6 months, a year now at this point, maybe longer? And you still haven't subscribed? Tell me you fell asleep at the wheel without telling me you fell asleep at the wheel. If you're not on the Discord yet, but you have Discord, please feel free to join my Discord server. It is 100% free. You don't have to pay me to join the Discord server. You are more than welcome to join. Please jump in. It's like-minded people. They build stuff, they game, we share memes, we do all of that stuff on my Discord channel. If you haven't jumped on that or subscribed yet, please feel free to do so. Like, everybody in the Discord is always cracking jokes. It's fun. It's a healthy environment. Nothing toxic. If I see any toxicity in there, I'm quick to hit it and be like, "Yo, no, that's not gonna fly here." So, please feel free to and welcome to join the Discord server. I would love to see you guys there. I truly would. And I truly appreciate all of you for tuning in. I'm probably gonna call it here in about 10 minutes or so, and then I might just jump on the Discord after a bit of time, because to be honest, I need to go for a bio break, and I think it's getting close to that time where I need to consider eating something, because I've been at this for 6 hours now, and it has been fantastic getting to catch up with all of you. I really appreciate all of you for jumping in today. If you know anybody who would be interested in this stuff, be sure to send them a link. Send them over to my channel. That would be greatly appreciated. Future considerations for the channel. I am thinking about getting a P.O. box, get a post office box for people to send stuff if they want to. If they want to see me build something, they can send it. If it's, hey, just we appreciate what you're doing thing, by all means, I would love that, but you don't need to do that. So, yeah, I've been on for 6 hours, dude. All right. I'll see you later, Zeph. You don't stay up too late since you got an early night, my man. Flipping, maybe we can try and do some gaming tomorrow. I do have to start doing some video work on my King Tiger, though, for next week's video, because I am fresh out of recorded media for it. So at some point, I'm going to have to contribute a couple hours of work to it. But I truly appreciate all of you for joining me today. It's been fantastic catching up with all of you. And I hope you all have a great one. And yeah, the tank videos will be dropping on Fridays. So, hey, Grim, what? Okay, all right, you just want pets. Okay. I'll see y'all in a little while. I'll see y'all on Discord, okay? And Milwaukee, I'll send you the details to jump in on the server if you haven't jumped in already. We'll get you added. So I appreciate all of you, and I hope y'all have a good one. Hey, Milwaukee, just to confirm, your number ending in 033, that's still valid, yeah? That's the right one? Just trying to make sure. Let me get back into YouTube. There we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll send that info to you here in a minute then. Oh, you're already in the server. That's fantastic. Well, I appreciate all of you. All the love to y'all. Subscribe if you haven't. Drop a like or a comment on a video. And feel free to reach out through Discord or through comments, and I will be sure to get back to you. I appreciate all of y'all, and I hope you have a wonderful night. I'm going to go ahead and shut this down. Appreciate y'all.